There we go. I'm gonna spread this to social media. You still hear me okay, Josh?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. We
Can you
are
see?
we are live now, so it should be, yeah, people should start to filter in. I'm gonna post it on the social media pages.
Okay.
And it says Sphere live stream for the Cincinnati tri-state area, and like you said, we'll include the 3 Dayton counties too.
Right.
Hello, I see we have a few people in the chat. How's it going? Or a few people tuning in already. Is that wash out yet there, Josh? Or are we still waiting on that?
We are still waiting on the watch.
Okay. Hey, everybody, we're just kind of getting an update going here. If you can just let us know if you hear us all right. It's I'm Trevor. We got Josh in the background as well. Josh, I'm looking at myself in the camera. You can tell my blood pressure's high today. I'm a little red. It's been that kind of day.
Right. A bit stressful
A little bit.
today.
Yeah, I'm a little beet red. All right, everybody, we're starting to see some more people filter in. We're gonna kind of just so this is going to be focused on the Cincinnati tri-state area and the Dayton metropolitan area. Due to just being a two-man team, we aren't able to cover the whole state, all Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky. So for now, we're just primarily focusing on the 26 counties around Cincinnati, as well as the Dayton metropolitan area. We'll have text and graphic updates for other areas, though. But from streaming purposes, it'll be kind of focused on that. We're waiting for a watch to be issued for much of the area. The SPC says that's going to be coming out in within the hour, so it should be honestly any time. I think that was about an hour ago that came out, didn't it, Josh?
About half an hour ago.
About half an hour.
Right. They say that the watch issuance should be by 9:30.
Okay. Well, that should be any second now. Y'all just want to let us know if you hear us okay. We'd appreciate that. We're just kind of make sure everything's set here before we, things progress into the tri-state. Still got time. It's still, not even through Indianapolis yet. Amy. Yes. That's like, what was it like the other night too? It was well, me and Josh were watching it, and there was a SBC issued a severe thunderstorm watch for like northern Indiana, northern Ohio, and Michigan, while there was like several active tornado warnings, and then those tornado warnings continued up through. Awesome, David. Continued up through like Michigan. So me and him were like, why did they not issue a tornado watch? Plus, like it was just way late. It was just That's a conversation for another day, I suppose. But yes, they used to. Seems like they used to issue them a little bit more in advance. You guys could share our stream. That would be awesome. Get as many people in here as possible.
Tornado warning has been issued for the northern western suburbs of Indianapolis in case anybody has interested in that area. And also, the severe thunderstorm warning is now deemed a destructive thunderstorm with winds
Oh, wow.
to 80 miles per hour.
Yep. I see that warning you're talking about there. Like Danville, yeah, that's going right. Just then, it looks like to the north side of Indy there.
That is correct.
What I'll do, I'm going to pull up the HRRR here. It's going to do an okay job of showing this. But here's 10 o'clock. It's a little bit too slow. This model is a little too slow, but overall not too bad. You see this line of storms just blast east through the night. You got it coming into Cincinnati. This model says about 1 o'clock. Then just races across the state through the overnight hours. We're pretty much to a point now where model guidance doesn't really matter, though. It's more so mesoanalysis, like looking at what the conditions are in the atmosphere currently, and what radar looks like, what satellite looks like, surface observations look like. So models are essentially kind of useless at this point. There's just really no point in fussing over those too much. Major outbreak here in the Mississippi Valley, though. Tons of tornado warnings from Arkansas up into Indiana. See, these are pretty mean-looking storms here, guys. High winds, main threat, 60 to, as we can see now, 80 miles an hour. Could even see a localized gust higher than that as they move through. We'll also be dealing with, similar to Sunday, a lot of those embedded tornado circulations as well. So it's going to be one of those, it's going to be a pretty bumpy ride here for a few more hours.
If I can interrupt, Trevor, the tornado has been observed in the northwest part of Indianapolis. A tornado warning remains in effect until 9:30. They said at 9:12 a confirmed tornado was located over Brownsburg, or 13 miles west of Indianapolis. And Brownsburg is a pretty populous town on the northwest side of Indianapolis. So we are probably dealing with some pretty bad times in northwest Indianapolis.
Yeah, I got it. I got the velocity pulled up now for that area. That circulation definitely tightened up in the vicinity of Brownsburg. Yep.
And all you race fans, Pittsburgh is under the gun for impact, so Indianapolis Motor Speedway could have some issues.
Evansville's getting it pretty good right now, too. Well, just north of town.
Right.
So yeah, right now, guys, if you're across the Cincinnati tri-state or Dayton area, this is where we're kind of just watching and waiting um, to see how things progress over the next few hours. SPC is planning to issue a tornado watch at any time. So that should be literally coming out any minute. That'll include probably the entire Cincinnati tri-state area, probably Dayton. I think the watch might have just been issued. Yep, it's up, Josh.
Yep. About to let you know that. Yeah, and it's a wide watch. It includes all of southeast Indiana, northern Kentucky, the western
Columbus,
half
it
of
looks like.
Ohio, all the way up to just west of Cleveland.
Columbus?
Yep, Columbus is included.
Yeah, waiting on the graphic to show up. It's just fresh off the wires, so it's not fully showing up on the SPC site yet.
Some of the hazards for you guys to understand: a moderate risk of tornadoes, a moderate risk of strong tornadoes, a high threat of severe winds, which is 58 miles per hour or greater, and a high chance of 70-mile-an-hour winds or greater. Actually, 75. So let me correct that. 75-mile-an-hour winds or greater are high, as these thunderstorms will trek through central and eastern Indiana into western and eventually central Ohio.
I'm going to get the graphic from the Wilmington Weather Service page. I believe they have the higher resolution graphic. Let's see if there's social media teams on it. There you go. I think I'll be able to put this on the screen here. Let's see. All right, got the tornado watch pulled up on the screen here. All right, guys, there's the tornado watch. Josh, what did they say the expiration on this was? Four a.m. All right, got this. This watch goes out through 4 a.m. Tonight. Again, folks, we have severe weather currently. It's out. Let me get back to my radar here for everybody. A line of intense, strong to severe storms capable of producing damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes is currently located over central and western Indiana, moving to the east towards the Cincinnati tri-state. So we have some time, nothing is immediately on our doorsteps, but it will be here fairly quickly. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, we're seeing Josh, a cell up just south of Indy, developing ahead of the line. We're trying to get that pre squall line supercells, but I feel like that one's going to get absorbed pretty quickly.
Right.
The stuff in Kentucky is not wound up dissipating. So there were some storms developing in this area that would have tracked into the Cincinnati area, but they wound up fizzling out, which is good because those would have been ones we'd have to watch for, stronger tornado threat. Yeah, all these warnings have considerable tags on them, so we're talking 70 plus miles per hour. David, we will be staying live until they exit the Cincinnati viewing area. Cincinnati, the 26 counties surrounding Cincinnati. So once they exit Highland and Adams County. Essentially our primary focus coverage area, and again, it's just because we are only two people, is essentially right through here. That's kind of our core coverage area right now. Eventually, as we grow and we get, bigger and have more resources, we'll be able to do more extensive coverage in other areas. But for right now, that's going to be kind of our primary focus. It'll be Cincinnati and then the three counties on either side of Dayton.
Did you read the graphical outlook for the tornado watch yet, Trevor?
No.
Okay, I will do that now. So.
Okay, cool.
All right, folks. Here's the bulletin from the SPC out of Norman, Oklahoma. It says the tornado watch for portions of southeast Indiana, north central Kentucky, western and central Ohio, including Lake Erie, is in effect this Wednesday night and Thursday morning from 9:15 p.m. until 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The primary threats will be a few tornadoes likely. There could be a couple of intense tornadoes possible. Widespread damaging winds and isolated significant gusts to 75 miles per hour are likely, and scattered large hail events to 1.5 inches in diameter. A line of intense thunderstorms over western Indiana will track eastward tonight across the watch area. Damaging winds are the main concern, but some hail and a few tornadoes are also possible. So that is your main highlights with the watch. Again, wind is the main factor, but if a couple of thunderstorms are able to separate themselves from the main line, you could have a stronger tornado or two across the region from now until 4 o'clock in the morning, west to east.
Excellent. Thanks, buddy. SPC final outlook of the night remains the same. Moderate risk for essentially areas along and east of 75. Along and west of 75, my apologies. Along and west of 75.
Also, the National Weather Service in Indianapolis has continued the tornado warning for northwestern Hancock, northern Marion, southeastern Boone, and Hamilton counties in Indiana. The tornado is still being observed. At 9:22, the tornado-producing storm was located near Zionsville, or 9 miles northwest of Indianapolis, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. It's a radar-confirmed tornado. Earlier, it was a reported observed tornado. But both Brownsburg and Zionsville are populous towns north and west of Indianapolis, so a lot of people are being affected currently by this tornadic thunderstorm.
Yeah, it is. It is a rough time there right now. Combination of tornadic winds and very strong straight line winds. Very, very intense velocity data rolling through Indianapolis right now.
Yeah, outside the tornado, they've deemed the thunderstorm a destructive thunderstorm.
Yeah, we're seeing 60, 70, 80. Above it, we're seeing what was that, an 86 mile an hour velocity. And this is really close to the radar too, so there's probably some very, very intense winds going through Indianapolis and vicinity right now. As Josh said, they are penning this as a destructive storm for the Indianapolis area right now. And unfortunately, folks, that is kind of the type of thing we're going to be seeing rolling into the Cincinnati Tri-State here in the next couple of hours, with the potential for widespread damaging winds. So damaging winds traditionally are the highest threat from severe weather in our region. And that's going to be the same case tonight with, what's different about tonight is it's one of those events where it could be widespread. So we're talking, numerous locations receiving significant wind gusts, potentially leading to damage and even significant wind damage. I would say it's kind of one of those nights where you probably have a greater than 50% chance of losing power. That means it's not a guarantee, of course, but I would say that the odds are tilted towards a power outage versus, a traditional severe thunderstorm. So just be mindful of that. I actually just took my own advice. I've been preaching all last couple of days of charge your phones. You got time. If you want to throw them in the charger, get them charged now. I finally did the same just a little bit ago. So I'm taking my own advice. You guys should too. Make sure your phones are charged. Make sure, if there's a tornado warning issued, you know where to go. Lowest level of your house or wherever you're at. In the center would be the best. Put as many walls and between you and the outside as possible. And please, no windows in whatever room you are staying in. Flying glass can be very dangerous, if not deadly. So no windows, and then go to an interior room if you don't have a basement. Bathrooms are good. Closets are good. And it's going to be one of those situations again tonight where, if you remember Sunday night, we had 4 tornadoes in the tri-state area. I believe it's still at 4, Josh. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but we had 4 tornadoes in the tri-state. They were EF0 or EF1, so they were weak tornadoes. But if you'll remember, when we were streaming, there were tornado warnings popping up left and right, up and down that line of thunderstorms as it raced through. And that's another thing we're going to probably see tonight. So just be prepared. You're probably going to hear your phones activate the alerts and sirens. Hey, no problem, Greg. My amazing brother Greg is in the chat. Suburban Rose, what time will the storm get to Montgomery Loveland? Josh, do you have a thought on timing for Cincinnati?
Yeah, we can do that.
From New Jersey, staying in Westchester. My hotel's wires in the entire neighborhood are underground. Good. That's the way to be. I don't think mine are not. So if I vanish, you know what happened. Eventually, well, with the business expands, we'll get a generator backup in the budget there, Josh.
Right, exactly. Roughly just over 2 hours. If the storms maintain their current speed, they would get into the metro Cincinnati area. So that puts that in and around 11:30 or just after 11:30 for storms to be coming into the metro part of Cincinnati. East side, maybe closer to 11:45 midnight. So there's your rough estimate.
Good deal.
Right.
While we have some time, Josh, I'm going to pull up the latest WCPC forecast for rainfall.
Sounds good.
That is obviously a big concern as well. Yeah, they have a rare high risk of excessive rainfall. This would be Thursday morning through Friday morning for southwestern Kentucky, West Tennessee, and northeast Arkansas. That is extreme, just very extremely rare category that they issue there for rainfall. I'm going to see if I can get a window capture on this. It's funny, me and Josh are like weather experts, but we are when it comes to like studio production, it's not necessarily our strong suit. So there's a lot of learning on the fly kind of stuff, you know. But that's the best way to do it. But we'll be live streaming, and I'll figure out little features on this streaming software I didn't know existed, and it's pretty great. All right, let's do the rainfall forecast. Okay, here's the rainfall forecast from the Weather Prediction Center. And this is for the next 5 days. As you can see, extreme rainfall amounts expected across the Mississippi and Ohio River Valley from multiple rounds of heavy showers, heavy thunderstorms moving through. For instance, this forecast has 6.9 inches for Cincinnati. Our forecast is for 4 to 8 inches to be the general rule. 4 inches maybe on the low side, but 4 to 8 inches of rainfall between now and Sunday morning. 4 to 8 inches of rain with localized amounts up to 12 inches possible. The best chance for a foot of rain will be to the southwest of Cincinnati, kind of more in this area. But with thunder, the nature of thunderstorms it's impossible to predict the exact amount of rain you'll get from them because they can put down some really crazy amounts really quickly. So I could see a situation where parts of the Cincinnati area receive 10 to 12 inches of rain as well. It's kind of like snowstorms, where that banding sets up. if you get stuck under a heavy snow band, you'll see a lot more potentially than was forecast. So 4 to 8 inches, general rule there. 4 to 8, again, 4 inches probably on the low side, but a little too low. But that's kind of the rough idea. Excessive rainfall outlook. This goes through tomorrow morning. This is the flash flood risk. You see the yellow is green is a marginal risk, yellow is a slight risk, and then red is the moderate. So that's through this. That was through this afternoon through early Friday morning. This is for tomorrow morning through Friday morning. I see the moderate risk extends now up to Cincinnati. And then there's that rare high risk across portions of the Mississippi River Valley. And then we have more on Saturday. This would be Friday through Saturday. And then Saturday through Sunday, this will shift east. There's no outlook for that yet, but that would shift east to cover probably a moderate risk for the Cincinnati tri-state area, much of the Ohio Valley. So we have several days to go of rounds of heavy rain. And it won't rain all day every day, but rounds of heavy rain are expected. There will be dry time, is what I'm getting at there.
Quick update on the Indianapolis severe thunderstorm. Again, base velocity scan. Now, the radar is close, so the winds are close to the ground, but you're probably measuring winds just above the surface. There was a barb of wind just south of Lawrence, Indiana, with 118-mile-an-hour winds being reported. Now, that's just above the ground, so take a little bit off. You could have seen a 80 to 85, maybe 90-mile-an-hour wind gust on the east side of Indianapolis just a few moments ago.
Yeah, that's some impressive stuff there coming out of Indianapolis right now. All right, let's get caught up in our chat here. Funny thing is, one of the tornadoes Sunday night before I got here passed barely a mile or two away. Yikes. That's a little too close for comfort there. Amy, I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of very tired people tomorrow from these storms coming through in the middle of the night. I think you are correct. Yes, there will be. What you're looking at is the radar and the active warnings. The orangish color are the severe thunderstorm warnings, and then red is tornado warnings. And then you'll see the lightning bolts are lightning strikes, and that is lightning from cloud to ground, lightning strikes. So you'll see there's a lot of lightning with these. A lot of wind, a lot of lightning, some hail, and some embedded tornado circulations.
Yes, they've extended the tornado warning to the northeast side of Indianapolis now. They're still calling it an observed tornado. That also gives precedent to the potential of the 80, 90 mile an hour wind gust you might be seeing. The rear flank downdraft from the storm could be pushing out winds 80, 90 miles an hour. The 118 mile an hour wind that I saw near Lawrence is probably a little too high, but being close to the ground, like I said, you probably were seeing 80, 85, 90 mile an hour wind gust with the rear flank downdraft from that storm.
Yeah, I think I'm showing still some peaks around 100. Again, that's just a little bit aloft. So, like you said, well, that's on the that might be on the RFD, honestly, of that, based on the location. See, we are getting close to having warnings issued for our counties. Here is Fayette and Union County. Warnings off to your west. In just a matter of time here before we're going to start talking warnings in the coverage area. Yeah, and I'll outline the rough area we are keeping tabs on tonight of that. I got it in the 3D mode here, Josh. Definitely some very tall thunderstorms, especially north of Indy right now. Josh, we're getting a question about the Cincinnati, like northeastern part of Cincinnati. Thinking about all clear probably around 12:30 maybe.
More than likely, yes. 12:30, 1 o'clock. East side, maybe 1 o'clock just to be safe. Better to overestimate passage to make sure you're don't go too early. So yeah, 12:30, 1 o'clock looks pretty good at this time to sound the clear button for East Side Cincinnati.
Yeah, have note that we're watching watching these tornadic thunderstorms down here in southwestern Indiana as they're moving, lifting east northeast towards Cincinnati. Cells currently impacting Evansville and Jasper.
Getting closer now. The Indianapolis continues to extend the tornado warning now for Madison, Delaware, and southeast Tipton County until 12:15. Excuse me, not 12:15, 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It is now a radar indicated rotation, so we've lost a little bit of the tightness. It's no longer being observed, so a little bit of a down pulse in that thunderstorm, which is good as it heads towards the general Muncie, Indiana area.
We have a warm 75 still being recorded at the Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport. Dew point of 62, so plenty of moisture in the air for these storms. Josh, looks like Cape's only about 500 now.
Looks that way. Looks like lost a little bit, which is good.
Yeah.
But the low-level jet, let's not forget the low-level jet is cranking. So Cape is what we call convective available potential energy. Think of it as like a string. You're pulling on the string. That's what Cape is. You're holding it. It's waiting to be released. So there's still enough in there to go, but losing a little bit helps. But the low-level jet is probably going to enhance the low-level part of these thunderstorms, so they might be able to be stronger than normal, which you'd usually expect for 500 Cape.
Yeah, I pulled that up. If you want to explain that, I pulled the 850 moisture transport up on the screen. That kind of illustrates what you're talking about there with the deeper reds right over the region. Yeah, we have a low-level jet overhead that's just funneling in moisture.
Right, that is correct. Now that you have it up, I can show them like you started mentioning the arrows. You can see all that warm air advecting into the lower Ohio Valley, into Kentucky, and then the central and northern part of the Ohio Valley, where most of us reside, river northward. You can see the flow coming straight in. And as that line pushes in, you'll get that lift. You can sustain updrafts and thunderstorms all the way through eastern Kentucky, eastern Ohio, West Virginia later, theoretically tomorrow morning, actually.
Yes, sir.
New severe thunderstorm warning out, buttressing the Indiana-Ohio border until 10:30 p.m. We're now getting into the northwest reaches of the Dayton metropolitan area. We might have a few listeners and followers tonight watching us right now. So severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Madison, northern Shelby, eastern Hancock, Randolph, Delaware, northern Rush, and Henry counties, and east central Indiana until 10:30. The storms are moving at highway speed, 70 miles per hour. 80 mile an hour per hour wind gusts are possible in the thunderstorm. So another destructive, damaging thunderstorm moving into the far eastern counties of Indiana, soon to be in Ohio.
Yeah, that's a wicked radar signature on that. Backward C shape, looks like a bow. You can even see in the animation, you can see the comma head of it rotating, which is where the tornado warning is for Muncie. We just got a warning, another warning there, Josh.
That severe thunderstorm warning now for Wayne, northwestern Union, and northern Fayette County. Now this is Wilmington, so now that is technically in the Wilmington DMA. So Wilmington is now on guard, issuing another destructive thunderstorm at 9:55 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located near Newcastle, moving northeast at 70. Wind gusts to 80 miles an hour and quarter-sized hail are possible. So the hail has actually increased in size a bit with this thunderstorm. So if you live in the Richmond area, batten down the hatches because that'll be there in the next 30 to 45 minutes. The good thing about these blanket thunderstorm warnings is it gives you ample time to prepare. These thunderstorms are very severe, so confidence is high when Wilmington probably called Indianapolis and collaborated with them to make that decision to go ahead and issue the warning to get people in these areas a heads up as soon as possible, because these winds will mow you down if you're not prepared.
Again, folks, if you can share the stream on your Facebook pages, on your social media, we'll get some people in here as we're starting to get this coming into the coverage zone. So much appreciated if you do that for us.
Might be time to mention this again. Sorry if this sounds redundant to some of you who have been watching. These thunderstorms can and occasionally produce quick spin-up tornadoes with little or no warning. So even if you're not under a tornado warning, it is highly possible that a quick spinning tornado can touch down between radar scans and lift back up. The radar never sees it. So these are the type of thunderstorms that, even though they're severe thunderstorm warnings, take them and heed them as potential tornado warnings, because we've seen what we saw Sunday night. quick spin up tornadoes. They drop real quick and lift, and there was no tornado warning issued. And the next day you find out there are a few tornadoes that touched down that didn't have tornado warnings at the time. So again, these are not tornado warnings. Let's make sure I emphasize that. But treat them with a heightened risk because tornadoes can briefly touch down in these types of thunderstorms.
Absolutely. Now you can see through my monster logo. Because it's green. Got a green screen behind me. Look at that. That's pretty cool, right? Warnings for South Central Indiana have expired. I should specify like from like the Bloomington, Columbus area, Bedford, Seymour, the storms in that vicinity. They may be reissuing right now, or they may have pulsed down a bit. But the area of referring to would be that.
It is now the 10 o'clock hour. Repeating for some of you new viewers, a tornado watch is in effect for the greater Cincinnati, Dayton, DMA until 4 a.m. Thursday morning. These storms will probably move out of the Cincinnati, Dayton area between 12:30 and 1:30. So the watch may be dropped early, but for portions farther east downstate in Ohio, that watch will continue until 4 o'clock Thursday morning.
That's a gnarly. The see the bookend vortex in the vicinity of Muncie right now. That I highlighted on the screen. And we'll see when you loop it, you can see this rotating right here. There's probably in the path, the history of this, there's probably been, I would say, at least a couple touchdowns. I know it was observed at one point and it hasn't been for a minute, but I bet there's still something touching down every now and then. Intense winds.
And as you said that, Trevor, it has been observed again. A tornado warning remains in effect until 10:15. At 10:02, a confirmed tornado was located 7 miles south of Matthews or 8 miles northwest of Muncie. So it has touched down again. So we now have again, as of 10:02, which was 1 minute ago, a confirmed tornado in pretty much the northwest and western side of Muncie, Indiana, which is Delaware County and Madison counties of Indiana.
Continue to watch these supercells over southwestern Indiana, again, that are moving in the northeasterly direction. on the Evansville radar now. Powerful thunderstorms down this way, folks. The Evansville tornado is observed as well. So again, keep in mind these storms are headed in the direction of Cincinnati. Watching these for impacts in the Cincinnati and northern Kentucky area. Here is the latest from the National Weather Service in Wilmington on the incoming line. And again, there it's kind of a zoomed in look at the risk levels. This graphic is old. This was issued this morning, but they're highlighting again the Western Ohio, Northern Kentucky, Eastern Indiana for the potential for significant damaging winds. Yeah, Josh, I do worry that this is going to kind of amp up as it's coming in. I know we saw some of the cams showing that, especially with the low-level jet cranking. We're kind of past the, we're in that time of the night now.
Right.
Where we might see this activity kind of get a little bit more aggressive as it's coming in.
Right, and the leading factor, the warm front that came through, most of Southwest Ohio was untouched. So it wasn't even eaten away in the morning. So even though morning thunderstorms usually don't affect the Cape too much, if it gets sunny or partly to mostly sunny by late morning, the fact that it didn't tap any of the energy earlier, there might be even extra energy available in Southwest Ohio.
Yeah, so tell them about that temperature increase you had today. This is pretty wild. This is how intense or how strong this warm front was.
All right, yeah. 9 o'clock, it was 46 degrees where I'm located at, which is in southeast Franklin County, southeast of Columbus. 46 degrees, nice and chilly, raw. You needed a heavy jacket at times because the winds were blowing 15, 20 miles an hour. Had a thunderstorm rapidly develop, became severe just east of me with quarter size hail or larger, and it was 53 degrees. It cleared out, and it became 66 by noon, 73 by 1 o'clock, had a high of 80 at 5 o'clock. So a 35-degree difference as the warm front moved through this morning into late morning. So a rapid increase. Dew points were in the low 40s. Now they're in the low and mid 60s. So a very strong influx of moisture and warmth today.
Still very windy outside. Hearing it whistling. It's been a very windy day, as everybody on here knows. Just constant strong winds. And it was particularly bad earlier when the sky cleared out and we were able to get mixing down some of those stronger gusts from well above our heads up aloft. We're able to mix right down to the ground. Trying to see what CVG. Nah, looks like they peaked out at 49 miles per hour today. It's like Lunkin was 46, 47. There's currently 5 tornado warnings associated with those storms over southwestern Indiana. Bill Matus, how's Mason looking tonight? You are under tornado watch until 4 a.m. It will probably be canceled for your location before then. They'll probably cancel it right after the line moves through. Yeah, you're same as pretty much the tri-state as a whole. We're looking at a very strong squall line coming in from the west over the next couple to few hours, and that will cause the potential for strong to damaging winds, potentially significant damaging winds, anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. Hail could be the size of quarters to potentially golf ball size, probably on the smaller size though, probably quarters. And then tornadoes. Similar to Sunday, we have to watch out for these spin up tornado circulations along the line as it moves through. So yeah, it's looking like a rough period to answer your question for the next couple hours. Then we'll shut down the severe risk, at least temporarily, after that. How bad do you think Shelby County is going to get? Shelby County, you were under, I'm assuming you're talking about like the Sydney area. Shelby County, you were under a severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable damage threat, is the tag seen here. They're thinking winds of up to 70 miles per hour, hail to the size of quarters, and potentially a tornado. So you have some very intense thunderstorms headed your way. They're currently still across the border in Indiana, but they're coming in pretty quickly. This warning goes out through 11:15, so they're issuing these well in advance. So this warning goes out is for another hour, so you have some time before it hits. But you can see it's coming in quick. The storms here have had a history of producing very strong winds, so keep that in mind. They will be, racing to the east northeast into the area, into Shelby County, over the next hour. And again, winds 60 to 70 miles per hour, hail dime to quarter sized, and a tornado is possible.
It does look like the storms southeast of Indianapolis are reorganizing. It looked like they had a downturn, but they're now becoming severe again. So maybe a little cycle in the rain-cooled shaft that might have thrown out a little bit of a outflow boundary, might have choked the storms off for a little bit, but it looks like it's recovering as new warnings are coming out
Yeah.
the southeast side of Indianapolis.
Yep, that storm just went severe again, and I'm also I bet this one's gonna follow suit shortly to the one just south of Bloomington. I bet you we see that become severe warned again.
Right.
I was counting it up. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see. 10 county severe thunderstorm warning to the west of Louisville. So what they're doing, these lines have had a history of producing, significant damage. So they're able to, broad brush these warnings. Like warnings are traditionally for a county or portions of a couple counties. This one's for 10 counties. So they're issuing it well in advance to give people as much notice as possible. And again, we had a bit of a downtrend in intensity over south central Indiana over the last 30 minutes or so, but we're starting to see things again pick up in intensity as we've kind of been expecting with the strong low-level jet roaring in from the south, just pumping moisture into the Ohio Valley ahead of this line. So these storms are going to have a lot of ingredients to work through as they're coming through. So we expect this to probably continue trending back up in intensity. Again, this is a very large area of warnings here across southern, southwestern Indiana that will be headed towards the, northern Kentucky area, potentially up into Cincinnati. So this whole mass is headed, it's a wall of wind and water headed this way with embedded hail and tornadic circulations.
I'll reiterate the flash flood potential that we have over the next several days. Indianapolis, NWS has issued a flash flood warning, and it shows that 1 to 2 inches of rain have fallen with an additional 1 to 1.5 inches of rain possible. So some areas in the metro Indianapolis area could pick up 2.5 to 3.5 inches of rain from this thunderstorm alone. That's why the flash flood potential will be high over the next several days, because you will have multiple rounds of heavy rain. So 2 inches, 3 or 4 times, there's your 8 inches of rain that some people could get between now and Sunday. So this is why the region is under a flash flood watch, because there's a cold air mass to the north, a strengthening warm air mass to the south. It will cause a stalemate of the air masses. The convergence of cold versus warm will lead to great lift and produce countless amounts of rain, because you're going to keep shoving warmer air over a cooler boundary. If you know the basic steps of meteorology, when you shove warm air on top of cold air, it gets squeezed out. So we could have rounds and rounds of significant to heavy rainfall over the next 4 days.
Absolutely. And it's going to be training up the Ohio River. Pretty ugly setup. And we just keep in mind, we don't have rainfall events like this very often in this region, to this magnitude. So just make sure your sump pumps are working. If you have a basement that leaks, keep an eye on it. If you live in a flood-prone area, be prepared to seek higher ground immediately should a flash flood warning be issued for your location. Just, this could... Water is a very dangerous part of meteorology. It unfortunately is blamed for a good majority of the fatalities. So unless that statistic has changed, water has been the number one weather-related cause of fatalities.
Right. Water is the greatest force on Earth. So, it might be fun to swim in, it might be fun to drink, it might taste good, but when it's moving at more than 20 miles an hour, it can sweep cars, homes, people off their feet, and that's why so many people do not survive flash floods. That's why we always say, turn around, don't drown, because moving water only 6 to 12 inches deep can cause you to lose balance, move cars, and if you're stuck, chances of survival are low.
Yeah, it's a saying that the meteorology community has used for a while. Like you just said, turn around, don't drown. Even if you're looking at it and it doesn't look that deep, don't do it. You don't know. And sometimes you can get sinkholes developing underneath where it's actually a lot deeper than what you think it might be. So just don't even try. Don't even risk it. Um, you're not only putting yourself in danger, you're putting the um, rescuers in danger as well when they have to come out and perform a rescue in a flash flood emergency situation. So if it's a road's water covered, don't even try. Just find another route. We all have the GPS on our phones now. You can reroute, a different way. Again, everybody, if you could share our stream on your social media, we would appreciate it. Tornado warnings have been dropped for that northern area. We'll see if that winds up being reissued again at some point. I think I'm counting still 7 or 8 tornado warnings down to
New
this.
tornado warning. Sorry to interrupt you
You're
there.
good.
But a new tornado warning, as I just mentioned, how the storms pulse down, they're pulsing back up because Indianapolis now issued a tornado warning for northwestern Shelby, southeastern Hancock, northeastern Johnson, and southeastern Marion until 11 p.m. Again, those people who are familiar with geography, Indianapolis is in the Marion County of Indiana. So the southeastern side of Indianapolis is under another tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado, so no confirmation, but enough rotation has been observed through radar scans that they've reissued a tornado warning for that area. Again, as Trevor mentioned a few minutes ago, they pulse down. The outflow boundary might have choked off the inflow for a while. That boundary has moved away. More inflow is coming in, and these storms are regrouping and re-strengthening as they move into southeastern and east central Indiana.
Yeah, and again, guys, I want to just reiterate here that it's quiet in Cincinnati right now. It's quiet in Dayton right now, but we are watching, unfortunately, some very intense thunderstorms capable of producing all modes of severe weather, and that includes damaging winds 60 to 80 miles per hour, hail of a quarter size, potentially golf ball size, and tornadoes. Um, and I'll be honest, I'm with Josh here that some of these radar trends are not the best right now. That we're starting to see an increase in intensity with the activity headed towards the tri-state. So we're keeping a close eye on it, but we're noticing that it's starting to, like you said, trend back up again in intensity. So.
south of the tornado warning, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. It's a considerable thunderstorm. Those counties include southern Shelby, southwestern Rush, and southeastern Johnson. So, again, as we just mentioned, the pulsing up again has started. So, warnings are extending south of that line. We'll see how this evolves over the next half an hour to an hour. So, they did pulse down. They pulse back up. They can pulse down again. Let's be honest that they could pulse back down again. But right now, they're in a pulsing up stage. So, we have to watch this line carefully at the moment. An update on the thunderstorm warning for the northwestern reaches of the Dayton DMA. The 1032 advisory for that thunderstorm continues to indicate 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, and they're moving at highway speed at 70 miles per hour. So these storms will come and they will be fast. So be prepared, have a heads up, take action now before they approach, because once they get there, they will overtake you in a matter of moments.
Wanted to note too, guys, that two things that it's nighttime. So if there's a tornado warning issue, don't go to try to go see it. You won't be able to see it. A, because it's dark. B, because it's going to be wrapped in rain. So not a situation where if the warning's issued, you want to do what we all like to do and go to the front porch and check on it. I know that's what we all like to do, but these are going to be, it's going to be dark. It's going to be wrapped in rain, and the only way you'll really see it is through lightning flashes or transformer pops. So it's not advised to try to go out and look at it if you happen to be under a tornado warning tonight. Josh, I'm going to do a followers tag on our stream.
All right.
Hey, Crystal, thanks. Hey, that's what we're here for. Where are you located? If you don't mind me asking. You can even just say county or whatever. Okay, so you're just northwest of Dayton. So good news is this will not be a serious threat for you the entire night. Once this line goes through, severe threat is over. So that is the good news. So it's coming in a little bit. It's coming in quicker than some of the original models had shown. Like for instance, the NAM model was very slow with this. Josh and I basically didn't even consider it in our forecast because it was, you know, kind of an outlier. It was by itself. So it had started to catch up with the other models finally towards the end. So good news is we won't be, it will be 4 o'clock in the morning and we'll be talking about this in your area. It's going to be done well before then. So some sleep, hopefully.
If you can, Trevor, click on the Cincinnati terminal radar. I've noticed that it seems like there's a line of noise trying to develop south of Cincinnati. I'm wondering if that is the moisture transport trying to pop a line in front of the main line. What do you think? It's early, but notice that the line is getting sharper as it moves closer to Falmouth, Crittenden, potentially southeastern Claremont and Brown counties.
Yeah, so here's what he's seeing here. So good news is that Sunday, the terminal Doppler, I think there was some real issues going on with it, so we weren't really getting good imagery from it. The terminal Doppler radar, everybody, is the airport that CVG uses for, their purposes for the airport, which we have access to, which is really really helpful sometimes. So what he's talking about is this area right here of showers developing. That's something we need to keep an eye on because again, ingredients are favorable for severe thunderstorms and potentially tornadoes. So that's kind of what he's keeping an eye on here, and that's something we need to watch going forward to see if maybe a stronger severe thunderstorm develops out of this, which is possible. So good eye, good eye. Crystal, I get up at 4. Yeah, so probably not. Yeah, dang. Tomorrow night, maybe. Welcome to the club, though. Yeah, me and Josh haven't been getting much sleep. It's been a very busy period, and our subscribers knew about this. We, strongly encourage you guys to think about joining our subscriber page. Um, well, the last severe weather event, the one Sunday, we had advanced notice of about 10 days on that potential. So okay, the followers tag got posted on the Cincy page. I'm going to throw it on the Dayton page as well, Josh.
Sounds good.
We'll kind of alert people that we got streaming ongoing.
And that's our main objective, to get as much information out to as many people as possible so they can be safe and aware of the situations like tonight.
Exactly. Tornado warning for the cell near Shelbyville, Indiana, has, it's like it's temporarily been dropped.
And the tornado warning is now issued for East Central Hancock, North Central Rush, and Henry counties until 11:15. At 10:42, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Newcastle, or 17 miles west of Cambridge City, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Again, the radar indicated, so no ground truth, but once again, a pulsing or a recycling where the storm might be rotating at a better clip. And Indianapolis deems it confident enough that they'd issued a new tornado warning for that area.
Yeah, it looks like it's the circulation's right along I-70 right now, just to the northwest of Spiceland, headed in the vicinity of Newcastle. So if you happen to be watching us from Newcastle, you want to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Decent rotational couplet on that there, Josh.
Right, I was about to say that. A pretty good gate-to-gate wind differential.
I've got the split screen up now, showing on the left side rather, is the quote-unquote how hard is it raining mode. So that's just the traditional radar view that most of you are used to seeing. You know, just the darker, brighter colors show heavy precipitation, and then the greens show lighter. And on the right side is called velocity. So this is the radar picking up what direction those raindrops are moving. Red being away from the radar site and green being towards the radar site. So where you see red and greens right next to each other, that means that there's rotation. There's two different directions right next to each other. That's a way that we could see rotation on the radar. So for the time being, I'm going to keep that split up because that'll also help us with showing you where the strong damaging winds are as well. Again, for anybody just joining us, a tornado watch is in effect until 4 in the morning. I'm going to go ahead and grab that graphic here to show you. Here is the tornado watch, again, until 4 in the morning. So that includes all of the Cincinnati tri-state, all of the Dayton area, Columbus and points west, and much of northern Ohio, Toledo, Findlay, Mansfield, up into Cleveland. So this is a far-reaching watch. Again, that goes from northern Kentucky all the way up to northeastern Ohio. And this is through 4 in the morning. Again, though, once the line moves through your location, the watch will be canceled. So areas like Cincinnati and Dayton will not have a tornado watch until 4 in the morning. It'll be trimmed as So the Storm Prediction Center issues watches, and then the National Weather Service offices, in our case would be the Wilmington office, they remove counties from that watch as it passes, as this threat ends at any one location. So that's what we'll see happen here tonight. The counties will start being dropped behind the line. So once the tornado watch is dropped for your location, the severe threat is over.
I'll try not to talk over too many heads, but if Trevor can zoom into that tornado warning, there's what we call a weakly bounded echo region, where if you can see, there's an area on radar that shows no wind, which might mean that there might be something trying to come down in that tornado warning just northeast of Greensboro, because there is no wind being reported at that specific spot, which when that happens, that means the winds have converged that area and the air is rising, so there's no wind at the ground at the moment. So that might be something to hone in on if you live in that part of the tornado warning. Again, just north of Greensboro, just east of Mount Lawn, approaching Westwood, heading up towards State Route 3 and State Route 38 right towards Newcastle.
Yeah, if you're in Newcastle, you need to be in the basement right now. Be your tornadic circulation right here. Jordan, will any area not in the watch area, specifically Adams County, change to a tornado watch anytime tonight? Adams County? Oh, you aren't in it. You're right. Probably. I would say, Josh, if you probably agree with me there, they'll probably be under a watch at some point.
Right. I believe that at least a severe thunderstorm watch.
Right.
Don't know, maybe a tornado, but there could be a severe thunderstorm watch issued because of wind. I think the wind will last considerably longer than the tornado threat, so expect at least a severe thunderstorm watch.
Timeline till Cincy, Josh. Are we still going with about 12:30?
All right, let's do a refresh and see how things look.
Jordan, honestly, you've got plenty of time. If you probably could even get a nap in. You got quite a while to go until it's over in Adams County.
As far as Cincinnati, again, yes, somewhere in that 12:30, 1 o'clock time frame. Again, east side, 1:30. So yes, about an hour and a half from now, that's when the brunt should be passing through. So I would say that the time estimate is still fairly consistent from that 12:30, 1 o'clock range.
Hey, Josh. So new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. So guys, this is a heads up if you're in Fayette, Union, and Franklin counties. You have severe thunderstorm warning issued just to your west from this line that's rapidly moving in. Josh, but looks like just south of Homer and just southwest of Rushville. Do you see that little couplet there?
Yes, I do.
So, guys, we're seeing here. So, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for this area, but what we're looking at here is right here a potential circulation. So, we might actually see a portion of this upgraded to a tornado warning sooner rather than later. Um, and this is to the southwest of Rushville right now. And this is again kind of there's no warnings for Fayette Union or Franklin County right now, but this is kind of a warning before the warning. That will be changing soon because these storms are moving rapidly to the east. And then we're watching these storms for Cincinnati. We're watching these storms near Columbus, Indiana, as well as these ones near Bedford and Seymour. These are unfortunately some very intense thunderstorms that are headed in the general direction of Cincinnati. These ones here that we're tracking coming into Fayette Union and Franklin County will be headed towards Dayton as well. Yeah, we just got a new radar scan there, Josh. I bet you there might be a brief small tornado right there on the ground.
Right, yeah,
It's in that little kink of the line right there.
Yep.
We're seeing a tight little circulation there. So I'm sure they're seeing that too. And they don't last a whole long time, these little spin up tornadoes. So they might be issuing a warning for that as we speak. Because Rushville looks like to be right in the path of that. Connorsville, Metamora, Columbia, Liberty. You guys will be up next for severe weather alerts. Yeah, that new scan another new scan just came in. Rushville, you might want to just treat this as a tornado warning here. Rushville, and just to the south of Rushville would be Circleville, Indiana. Hey, Daniel, what's up, buddy? You'll want to probably treat this as a tornado warning. There's a tight little spin-up circulation there that could very well be on the ground right now. And here's the velocity data from another perspective. This is the base velocity, and you can see these intense winds here with this line of thunderstorms headed towards Fayette Union and Franklin County. Even get a sampling, radar showing 60 plus 70. We're seeing some very strong winds in that area. Severe thunderstorms continue to roll through Greenville, headed towards Sydney, Wapakoneta, and then eventually Bellefontaine. That'll be areas north of I-70. Hey, James, James, I don't know why I keep calling you James. James is my boss at work. Josh. It's been a long week. We have a new tornado, not a new tornado warning, just focus back in on that tornado warning for the Newcastle area. The rotational signatures northeast of Newcastle now. Still seeing that rotational signature in the vicinity of Rushville. Watching these tornadic thunderstorms in southern Indiana that will be headed in the direction of Cincinnati. They're having a very bad night across western Kentucky. Lots of, and this that extended back through West Tennessee and into Arkansas. Some very large tornadoes occurred down that way, and probably still occurring at this time. That was down in the high risk zone, the 4 out of 5 high risk today. Hey, Josh, what city was that in Arkansas that had that big tornado earlier?
Manette and Lake City,
That's right.
just to the southwest of Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Got a video of that tornado. This was in Lake City, Arkansas earlier. Guys, you'll see how this was a very large tornado. Destructive tornado, EF3 plus easily. Look how fast it's moving. So this was part of the same storm system that's affecting us tonight. There's a very large tornado in Arkansas earlier today. Okay, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette County and Northern Union County, and that is through looks like 11:45. So that's Connorsville, Columbia, Liberty, Witt Station, Waterloo, up towards Richmond. Severe thunderstorm warning, and they're calling this for 60-mile-per-hour winds, hail to the size of quarters, and important to note, while it's not a tornado warning, they are noting this is a tornado possible type of storm. And that's something that they issue when they don't see strong enough rotation for a tornado warning currently, but that could change very quickly. And this is currently passing through the Rushville area right now. You can see it's kind of getting that backwards C-shape bow structure to it, lasting northeastward, east-northeastward. So 60, I could argue probably higher than that possible as well, 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Seeing light rain across the Cincinnati area right now. Nothing currently severe across the area, but that is quickly going to change as this line of strong to intense thunderstorms moves in from the west over the next couple of hours. Hey, what's up, Matt? What's up, Kelly? Dan, yeah, we got it's probably gonna be a little rough going there for a little while. Jordan, you want a wake-up call?
No rest for the weary tonight.
Yeah.
Or at least the first half of the night.
A new tornado warning issued for the cell southwest of Columbus, Indiana,
Yep.
northwest of Seymour, Indiana. I did honestly. Eric, got any weather jokes? I had a really good one. Can't remember it. Do you got any, Josh? I had a couple really good ones over the years.
I told you that dad weather joke last week, didn't I?
Yeah. How is the atmosphere right now? Unstable and moist. Instability is going to be waning as we progress, and it already has been decreasing um, through the evening as we've lost the daytime heating. But there's plenty of moisture, plenty of wind energy, so these are not going to disappear anytime soon. They'll slowly, continue to weaken a bit um, in an overall sense, but as they move through Ohio, and get later into the night, but yeah, there's a significant severe weather risk for the foreseeable future. Tornado warning. I wouldn't say necessarily a very high probability tonight, but it's going to be a similar situation as we saw Sunday, where um, we'll have a line of thunderstorms moving through with embedded spin up tornado circulations. So it can be a situation again like that where they just have multiple tornado warnings up at once to cover that. Um, Dominant warning type will probably be severe thunderstorm warnings. Crystal, yeah, the wind's finally relaxing a little bit in some spots because they were absolutely wicked all day today. Seeing a bit of maybe a downward trend in the storms entering Fayette and Union County. Again, I want to advise you though that we're seeing a lot of pulsing tonight, where they'll weaken and then they'll kind of ramp back up for a little bit and then weaken again. Check the Louisville radar. And these are the storms headed towards Cincinnati. Watching this area very closely, as this is the thunderstorm activity that's going to be sliding into the Cincinnati and northern Kentucky area. And this thunderstorm activity is still very strong, very intense. So watching that very closely. It's just about to Louisville within the next 30 minutes, I would say. So our 12:30-ish, 12:30 plus time frame looks pretty good for Cincinnati. Just over another hour and 15. Yeah, we got a mesoscale discussion there, Josh, for two actually. Uh, Eric, that's correct. The risk as this continues to push east for strong tornadoes is decreasing. We're losing one key ingredient for a strong tornado is CAPE, and that is something that we are losing pretty quickly with the loss of daytime heating, but it'll be similar to what we saw the other night with weaker but several smaller spin-up tornadoes. That's the primary tornado concern. We thankfully avoided strong tornadoes here today for the most part. Again, never say never. It's still possible to get one with limited CAPE, but it's just harder to. But we didn't. We were again very questionable on whether we'd see supercells develop this afternoon, and we were pretty skeptical that it would, and it didn't happen. So that's good because that's what would have caused our main, significant tornado risk. How long until it gets to London, Ohio? Probably talking more towards 3 there, or 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock there. Would you say, Josh? Yeah, thanks, Eric. Yeah, it didn't really seem like that was going to be something we needed to really worry about, which is good because um, it could have caused some serious trouble. So they're called mesoscale. I'll actually show you here. Okay, so this is on the Storm Prediction Center website. These are the watches. So I'll zoom into ours. So here's our tornado watch. And then mesoscale convective discussions are is a product that the Storm Prediction Center uses to highlight certain areas of concern or areas that they're not concerned or they think a threat is decreasing or increasing. It's more like an update, and it's usually issued before a watch is issued. They'll say, we're watching this, this, this. And then if this continues to progress this way, we'll probably issue a watch, and they even issue probabilities on if they think they'll issue a watch. So almost 99.9% of the time you get a severe thunderstorm or a tornado watch, there's a mesoscale convective discussion before that. So it's like the watch before the watch. And then they'll issue them as storms are ongoing with like an update, like a short-term update. So for instance, this one for Cincinnati points north, an MCS capable of producing severe winds and embedded tornadoes will continue tracking eastward across eastern Indiana into western Ohio. And this was issued at, this was issued at 10:46. Then we have one that includes Cincinnati South, potential for strong damaging wind gusts and perhaps a few brief tornadoes likely to overspread the region from midnight through 1 a.m. So it's just kind of updates on what they're seeing. And then they attach at the bottom here, if I move my big head out of the way, there's a line here for, so it's attention, weather forecast office, and then the weather forecast offices. So that's like Wilmington and then Louisville, Indianapolis, Paducah. So that's kind of what those are. Eric asked, that's how we learn. Yes, 100% correct. Always ask questions about this. We are more than happy to share our knowledge with you. We actually enjoy doing that. So ask away. Okay, we're seeing warnings getting closer to Franklin County. A new severe thunderstorm warning was issued. This would be for Decatur, Brown, Bartholomew, Jackson, and Jennings County in southeast Indiana. So just outside of our Cincinnati coverage area. Got Fayette, Union, Franklin County, Ripley, and Dearborn. So Fayette, Franklin, Ripley, and Dearborn will be up next for potential warnings. And again, these tornado warnings down here continue to concern us as they are headed in the general direction of Cincinnati and northern Kentucky. There's still a very intense line of thunderstorms down here that is rapidly moving east-northeast. High winds and embedded tornado circulations. Again, I want to reiterate, do not, it's not one of those times, when if there's a tornado warning, to go do what we all like to do and go out on the porch and try to find it, look at it. I know it's fascinating. We get it, but it's dark. You won't be able to see it. And it's also going to be wrapped in rain. The only way you would see it is if there's a lightning flash or it hits a transformer. So nighttime tornadoes are especially dangerous for that reason, because people are in bed and because you can't see them. So warnings issued, just go on ahead and head to the basement. Or again, don't have a basement, lowest level. Put as many walls between you as possible and the outside as possible. That's the best place to go. Closets, bathrooms, that sort of thing. Tornadic thunderstorms are headed towards the vicinity of headed in the vicinity of Louisville. See, we've got just in this little area, if we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings. 8. Looks like, Josh, looks like Wilmington's having some velocity issues on their radar. Do you see that?
Yeah, I'm trying to differentiate, but yeah, it's
You see the two wedges, the blue and the yellow?
that feedback maybe, or
I'm going to flip over to Wilmington anyways.
Right.
And that's kind of good, better view from it anyways. You can see, and from Wilmington, note again, there's no tornado warnings currently, but there's these little areas. You point them out pretty quickly if you're looking close enough. There's these little rotational areas that, according to the Weather Service, are not strong enough to warrant a tornado warning at the moment, but that can change very quickly. We're not talking about these, couplets out in the plains where you see these tight, very, large circulations. These are very small, briefly tight circulations where a tornado drops on the ground for seconds to a couple minutes and then it lifts. So currently, no active tornado warnings in the immediate Dayton, Cincinnati area, but again, that can change very quickly. Yeah, I don't know what's going on now. Wilmington is doing that same thing with their velocity.
Right.
That's annoying. Oh, it went away. I don't know what that was. Strange.
That was one of a feedback scan.
Yeah.
Just hard to tell exactly.
If this storm down north of Louisville continues to hold its tornadic circulation, we'll have tornado warnings in the tri-state shortly, within the next hour. Just a heads up. If these start to rotate at all, we'll have tornado warnings in the tri-state. Same goes for Dayton. I know, Josh, today, I was just thinking about it because it popped into my head again. I was really sad to hear about Val Kilmer. So obviously, it was great in the Doors movie. Then I thought about, obviously, the weather today, Riders on the Storm.
Right.
That's my, it's my ADHD in action right there.
Yeah, it was only, what, 64?
Yeah, man. I know he's had some health issues, but man, I was a big fan. I thought it was great that they were. I don't know if you saw the new Top Gun, but I was really glad that they were able to get that done before his health got even worse, because that was an epic, tear-jerking scene in the movie. Very good.
I still remember him as Batman.
Yeah. Some people, he's somebody's favorite. Some people's favorite Batman. I'm a Michael Keaton guy myself.
Right. I just remember him as Batman because of the voice. So
Yeah, Val Kilmer. He was. I mean, yeah, I liked his too. I just like Michael Keaton's Batman. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. Just like,
Right.
Great. God, Jack Nicholson, Joker was awesome.
it does appear that rain is overspreading the western side of Cincinnati now.
Yeah, it looks like a nice little moderate rain too in some areas. So all of this rain right here, the yellows and reds, this is just general rain, moderate at times. Moving in. And then we watch to the west, this line of strong to severe thunderstorms capable of producing all modes of severe weather, including damaging winds 60 to 70 miles per hour, hail up to the size of quarters, and tornadoes. Thankfully, we seem to be moving away from any of a strong tornado threat to more of a weaker, smaller, brief spin-up tornado threat. Again, I don't want to say we won't see any strong tornadoes in the area. I'll just say that we are moving away from that as being a top concern. Severe thunderstorm warning just issued for areas along north of I-70, just to the north of Dayton. And that is the National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Preble County, southern Darke, northern Montgomery, and Miami County, and that goes until 12:15. At 11:28, a severe thunderstorm was located over Fountain City, moving northeast at 60. Again, we're talking highway speeds here, guys, so this is going to move in and out really quickly. Hazard with this is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Of note, though, is another severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. Again, that is when there's not enough rotation to warrant a tornado warning, but there is either some weak rotation or the storm is in an environment where tornadoes can develop really quickly. So they want to just be like, hey, not yet, but it might change. And that is for this intense line of thunderstorms moving through the, let me try that again. This intense line of thunderstorms moving through the Richmond area right now. Greenville, you're going to get hit again. Sydney, you're going to get another round here soon. Piqua. Starting to see the thunderstorms get closer to the Wilmington radar, so we're starting to pick up some of the intensity a little bit better near the vicinity of Columbus, headed towards Louisville. Again, this is the segment of the line that's moving east-northeast towards the Cincinnati area that has our concern right now. Okay, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Fayette County, southern southern Fayette County, southern Union County, north, I would say like the northwestern half of Franklin County. So the actual text from the Weather Service, they're just going Franklin County, southern Union, southern Fayette, northwestern Butler, southwestern Preble. That's till 12:15. And that is moving again nearly highway speed at 55 miles per hour. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Currently no tornado possible tag on this. That includes Brookville, Indiana, Metamora, Oxford, West College Corner, Laurel, Blooming Grove are all areas in the path of this severe thunderstorm. Got tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warnings all the way up into northern Ohio now. Got a second, I can check that out.
Yeah,
Toledo,
radar.
Bowling Green, Finley. What's that, Josh?
So yeah, radar indicated. So not
Yes.
confirmed, but
Right.
enough spin again to possibly warrant one.
And we're seeing, again, these little pockets of rotation embedded in this squall line, and that's kind of been the big concern for us. See, just little areas where you just see these little kind of attempts at a couplet to form. They just happen quickly, so sometimes they don't even get it, like I saw the other night, don't even get a tornado warning because they're just one or two scans and they're gone.
New tornado warning to the northwest side of Metro Louisville from NWS Louisville just now. Central Harrison, Central Clark, and Floyd until midnight. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Corydon, moving northeast at 60. So residents in the Louisville area, time to pay close attention. This is not going to affect downtown Louisville, but as we know, Louisville is a populated city, so northwestern suburbs of Louisville, take action now.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive little rotational signature there. South of Corydon.
Yep, and
just updated too.
Either a blip or maybe a gust potential. There's a little barb of 99. Now that might be a little high, but now 108. I see 108 mile an hour wind notch along and just to the southwest of State Route 337. Now again, that might be a little high, but that is possible. Maybe it's put down a microburst or something in that area.
Yep.
That's kind of what happened on Sunday in a few areas.
Yes.
Microbursts, not tornadoes, but microbursts knocked down some trees, and that could be what you are seeing in that area at the moment.
I'm going to go ahead and put a storm tracker for this stuff coming towards Cincinnati. And it's going about 60 miles right now, right?
Yep.
Might be able to hear my cat, Maggie. She apparently just woke up. Hi, honey. She has a very, very soothing morning voice.
These are actually moving at 75, so they're even moving faster than highway speed, actually. So,
I'll do 70 because there's a couple moving slower.
right, yeah, that's fine. Just, yeah.
Let's do some times here closer to home. Cincinnati, 12:40. So that's about an hour from now. Dry Ridge, 12:36. Kind of going backwards in time here. Delhi, 12:34. Harrison, 12:30. The airport, around 12:30. Yeah, I'm going the opposite direction. That's probably a weird way to do it, but Hanover, 11:55. And all right. My baby. She's like, I don't care about the weather. Pay attention to me. And this is the portion of the line we're watching to slide into Cincinnati. Eric, first crack of thunder in Hebron. Rain picking up as well. Thank you for the report, good sir. As you can see, lots of lightning with these storms. I'm wondering if a couple of these, we'll get another tornado warning here soon. There's just some areas of rotation we're watching, and we'll see what happens there. Moderate rain now overspreading the continues to overspread the Cincinnati metropolitan area. It'll turn heavy and then very heavy. Greenville getting another very strong thunderstorm. All right, a new warning now out. This is in advance of the line entering southeast Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning for Ohio County in southeast Indiana, central Franklin County, Ripley County, Dearborn County, northwestern Switzerland. That is through 12:45, and moving east northeast at 55, and that's for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Does that include locations such as Versailles, Milan, Batesville, Sparta, Dillsboro, Sunman, Cedar Grove, Napoleon, Delaware, Osgood, New Marion, Cross Plains, and Friendship. Again, these cells are coming into better range of the Wilmington radar, and you can see that we're starting to see them look a little bit more impressive.
Have you noticed that the back of the line is intensifying? That shows you how much energy is still available. The rain
What's
cold
that?
areas coming through, and the back edge of these storms are strengthening. So
Which one are you talking about?
in south central Indiana, if you put the radar in motion, notice that the back of the line of the storms are actually strengthening.
Yeah.
That's the same. The cold front's still out to the west, so we're getting that southwest flow. You're actually, it's warmer to the south and west now with that flow because of the rain cold air. So the back line of these storms are actually strengthening, not the front part.
This is going to be a wall of wind and water coming into the Cincinnati, Dayton areas. Possibly some hailstones mixed in with that, and also potentially a tornado. Again, tornado watch until 4. It will be canceled from west to east as this line moves through. Tornado, I'm going to look at that Louisville one. That's a mean looking little burst of wind and possibly a tornado headed towards Lanesville. Go back up to the Wilmington next red. Again, a ton of lightning. Oh, baby. You just saying hi to everybody? One of my friends said it would be funny to get like a little pedestal, just have her so she can sit there next to Dad and feel included. Would that make you happy? She heard that thunder. Her eyes just bugged out. You probably hear that over my mic.
So a little uptick, I think, was it 60 earlier, now it's up to 70, so they might have raised the level of considerability on that thunderstorm just a tad. And it's tornado warning now. I will read that to you now.
Hey, Josh, you're not coming through. One sec, stand by. Can you say something? You try that again? I can, but
But we want to go ahead and get that tornado warning out for southeastern Wayne, Union County, East Central Fayette, Preble County, and West Central Montgomery County until 12:15. We just issued that tornado radar indicator. Liberty.
all right, guys, we have a tornado warning issued in the vicinity of Liberty. All right, here's your tornadic circulation. It's essentially right over Liberty right now. That is heading north and east. So Sugar Valley, Witt Station, Boston, up towards Eaton, and eventually Lewisburg are in a tornado warning right now. Again, your tornado signature is right here in the vicinity of Liberty. At the very least, and this is a radar indicated tornado, at the very least, you're seeing very strong straight line winds here, in excess of 70 miles per hour likely. But there's probably at least a lowering in the clouds and potentially a tornado on the ground here in the vicinity of Liberty, moving north and east. Yeah, Josh, I'm going to try to get you fixed here.
Or
No, it's oh wait. Can you say something?
hi, hello.
You guys hear Josh?
Knew another tornado warning, Trevor. Go ahead and get that out.
Okay.
Tornado warning now for northeastern Preble, southeastern Dark, northwestern Montgomery, and southwestern Miami County. So this is they're kinks. If you look at the base velocity radar, you can see the kinks in that line.
All right, here's our other tornado warning that Josh just, if somebody can confirm they can hear Josh, by the way, please let me know. Awesome, sweet. Thanks, Eric. Just south of El Dorado, here's your tornadic rotation. Again, this is another radar indicated tornado moving north and east. Let me get in a little bit tighter here. I can show you some smaller communities. You got West Manchester, Browns, you got Hamburg, and then you have West Sonora. And then this is near the vicinity of Ebenezer. It's just to the, it looks like it's probably just to the northeast of Ebenezer right now. So Hamburg, over towards West Manchester, Browns, eventually Ithaca, and eventually Gordon. West Sonora. Got a new update in. Here's your radar indicated tornado right here. Let's check on that one just down to the south. This one has become a little bit messier. There's a broad circulation here on the northeast side of Liberty. So if you're in Sugar Valley, Eaton, Witt Station, Boston, potential tornado coming through. Again, this is moving northeast. It has loosened up a little bit on radar, so that's positive news, at least for the time being. But again, these are cyclical. They'll kind of go up and down. Again, tornado warning further to the north, just south of El Dorado, moving to the north and east. This one is a bit more organized, but not what I would say a ultra concerning look to it. Again, they're pulsing though, so, and cycling. Here comes a squall line into Cincinnati, guys. Again, just be forewarned. These are going to be potentially power outage producing thunderstorms. Quickly moving to the east, 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts with this. And again, we have to watch for these brief spin-up tornadoes to develop along the line. Currently, no tornado warnings for this segment of the line, but that could change again fairly quickly, as we're seeing now with the storms a bit further north. Heavy rain now in downtown Cincinnati. It'll just get progressively heavier till this line gets here, and then this will blast through, and then things will quiet down for your location. Again, if you can share our stream, we would appreciate that. Josh, I'm going to put it, should I put it on the main page?
If you can, that would work.
And here's your tornadic circulation. Just to the, it's between El Dorado and Lewisburg right now. It's moving to the north and east. Laura, Pittsburgh in the path of this potential tornado. Then we have the one just to the south. And this one's becoming more of a, I would say, a damaging wind signature. Josh, if you'll agree with me on that. We're not seeing really the couplet anymore, but we're seeing some very intense winds coming into Sugar Valley, eventually Eaton as well, West Alexandria, then Lewisburg. This is probably, we're talking 70 plus mile per hour winds here. National Weather Service has increased this to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning across southeast Indiana for 70 mile per hour winds. That includes Franklin, Ripley, and Dearborn counties. So that's right here. And that's for this line from Greensburg down to Madison. This is moving rapidly to the east at highway speed, or nearly highway speed. We have to also watch for potential tornadic circulations to develop within that. Currently no tornado warnings in this area, but that can, as you've seen in the last few minutes, that can change very quickly. So that's something we need to be on guard for.
Severe thunderstorm warning now out for the metropolitan Dayton area.
Okay.
I'll read that.
Sure.
It says as of 11:57 p.m., the National Weather Service in Wilmington has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Preble, northwestern Greene, and Montgomery County until 12:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 11:57 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located near Camden, moving northeast at 75 miles per hour, so at highway speed or greater. 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Those are the main attributes for that storm. And again, the main reason the storm's moving so fast it can produce its own wind without any downburst. So any downburst could be exceeding that threshold of 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing, again, very intense on the reflectivity here. Again, this includes, looks like Centerville, Kettering, and Dayton Metro. Let's zoom in a little tighter, get a few more cities in there for you guys. Got Camden, got New Lebanon, got Germantown, even up towards West Alexandria. Sugar Valley, right now you are experiencing some very dangerous conditions, very, very high winds, probably 70 plus, and potential for some rotation in there as well.
If anybody's around Louisville, tornado warning now for Metro Louisville. Radar indicated, but again, it now is affecting Metro Louisville.
This one on the north side of Louisville is pretty.
Right, that
this
one's
yeah,
pretty good as well.
right here. Your Sellersburg, Charleston, that's moving to the north and east. That would eventually, if it holds together, be a concern for Carrollton and Beebe, as well as Sanders. Those are all locations in our Cincinnati coverage area. So we very well may have a tornado situation in the vicinity of Beebe, Carrollton, and Sanders sooner rather than later. We're going to keep a very close eye on that. We didn't get this warning yet for Northern Kentucky, did we?
Nope, just now. So
Okay.
considerable severe thunderstorm for Ohio, southeastern Dearborn, Switzerland, counties in Indiana, Carroll, Kenton, Campbell, Boone, Grant, Owen, and Gallatin in northern Kentucky until 1 a.m. The storm is moving at 70 miles an hour, and the winds are potentially at 70 miles an hour with penny-sized hail.
Yep, that's for this line here. It's moving through Madison right now. Blasting eastward, guys. This is moving very quickly, which is a downside, as he said, because that can help really enhance the winds, but it also means that it'll be in and out quick. So that's double-edged sword there. Does not include metropolitan, does not include the downtown Cincinnati, but Hamilton County will be up next for warnings. Again, we're watching this very closely. James or Josh, that's got a nice hook on it too, just north of Louisville.
Right.
And that's headed, yeah. If we got to watch that really closely, it's going to head in the vicinity of LaGrange, and then potentially into our northern Kentucky counties.
A little more ragged on the latest screen, which is good, but it might be a downburst just north of River Ridge and Prather on the west side of Oldham Acres, Harmony Landing. There could be a potential microburst or downburst situation at this moment.
And which storm is that?
The one north of Louisville.
Okay.
I see a 98 mile an hour wind barb just north of, where was that at? Pardon me there first. Yeah, just north of River Ridge to the west of Oldham Acres, Harmony Village, Harmony Landing. So probably a possible downburst or microburst just north of tornado. Potential spot.
Okay. Yep.
New severe thunderstorm warning north of the warnings up in Shelby County, Logan County, Darke, Southern Auglaize, northwestern Miami. So the northern outreaches of Dayton. Sorry to switch on you that fast. Just
It's
letting you
okay.
know. New warning.
It's okay. No problem. This is the second warning for Sydney, isn't it? Or is
That is so it's like another uptick phase. It looked like it was down for a little bit. Now it's re-energizing itself.
Yeah, this is the northern cell we're looking at now. Strong winds headed for Sydney, Anna, Russell's Point, and even into Bellefontaine. Move south along the line. We do have these tornado warnings in effect here. We're currently not seeing much of an indication on radar. It's transitioned, it looked, at least for the time being, over to a strong damaging wind concern. But you can see very intense thunderstorms moving through Eaton to Arcanum, to Piqua, Greenville. You're in the clear now on this one. Headed toward Brookville, Ohio. I knew we had somebody in the chat earlier in Brookville. And then this is blasting east. This will eventually get into Kettering, Dayton, and Troy. Hey, Josh, we got an email. Did you just see that?
Yep, I've got that covered.
Awesome, thanks. Further south, again, we're watching this line of very intense thunderstorms moving eastward towards Cincinnati. Again, we have warnings in for southeast Indiana and northern Kentucky. We're also watching, again, this tornadic thunderstorm just the north of Louisville, moving to the north and east. If that holds together, that'll be affecting portions of our area shortly. Yeah, this one's got that little kidney bean shape there near Charlestown there, Josh. And so Carrollton and VV, you're actually about to get blasted by these straight line wind gusts, but then we're also watching this supercell that's kind of riding along the southern edge there that may become a concern for those locations. Daniel, sitting on my front porch. I'm going to sit out here as long as I can. Be careful.
New severe thunderstorm warning for south central Shelby, southwestern Champaign, Preble, southeastern Darke, northwestern Clark, northern Montgomery and Miami counties in Ohio until 12:45. At 12:07, a severe thunderstorm was located over Eaton, moving northeast at 55. So the hazards are 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, radar indicated. So that's embedded in the tornado warning. The severe thunderstorm warning has expanded eastward the most intense cell is still over Eaton. So this is almost like a new cycled severe thunderstorm west of the previous tornado warning.
Yep, that looks like the tornado warning just dropped. The tornado warning that was in effect looks like it just dropped.
Correct.
And I should rephrase that. It dropped not as in a tornado dropped, but the warning canceled. It was in the vicinity. We're still watching for any signs of rotation. Might be a little bit of something here in the vicinity of West Milton and Laura. But at the very least, we're watching very strong straight line winds coming in there. But yeah, that's a bit of a area right there that we need to watch. Be this just north of West Milton. So at the moment, we have no active tornado warnings in the coverage areas. That'd be tonight's broadcast is for Dayton and Cincinnati. Again, as we grow and expand, we will be able to add more locations to our streams. But for right now, the primary focuses will be on the Dayton and Cincinnati and vicinity. Still got a kidney bean shape there, Josh, near Charlestown.
Right.
Rotation's not. Yeah, you can see that right there. Looks like it might have just pulsed up again a little bit. Zoom into that because again it is approaching some of our areas. There's Carrollton in the screen right there. There's the rotation near Owen. This is moving towards Bedford. Well, it's moving towards Bethlehem, Bedford, and then potentially up towards Carrollton.
Severe thunderstorm warning now for Metro Cincinnati.
Okay.
National Weather Service at 12:12 has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Franklin, southeastern Union, northeastern Dearborn, southeastern Fayette in Indiana, and then Hamilton, Butler, northwestern Clearmont, western Warren, and southern Montgomery County and west central Ohio until 1 a.m. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail possible. The storm is moving east at 70, currently located near Milan. So Cincinnati Metro is now under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep, there's your warning right there, guys. And it's for this line to the west. And this is the base velocity. You can see it's picking up on some very strong winds here in the areas he mentioned. Moving east towards Cincinnati. I'm going to switch back up to Wilmington. Yeah, I was wondering that line looked a little weak on that. I was just realized it was on the Louisville radar. Okay.
Can you remember, Trevor, when you had 3 thunderstorm warnings inside each other? I do not remember.
No.
Right.
No.
Eaton, yes, if you live in Eaton, Brookville, Arcanum, Tip City, Troy, if I'm looking at this right, you are under 3 unique severe thunderstorm warnings at the same time.
That's kind of ridiculous.
And these are all 3 different cells pulsing along that line that's just coming across the border.
Here's our line coming into Cincinnati. Batesville, we're getting a new scan coming in now. Batesville, the worst is over. It's just to your east now. Cincinnati. Yeah, Josh, we're looking pretty good about that 12:30 timing.
Yep, not bad.
About right on the money there, man. We're getting a new velocity scan right now. I don't know. We're still having these issues with this product tonight. There are some areas of weak rotation embedded in this line, guys. So just be aware that we might see tornado warnings issued in the Cincinnati area shortly, just with the nature of these storms and their quick spin up tornadoes. Tons of lightning. See all the lightning strikes here coming in with this? Tons of lightning. And everybody, tornado watch until 4 in the morning. Good news about that, though, is that it's if you're pretty much east of the or west of this line, like Indy, Bloomington, all those areas, they're going to start chipping away at that tornado watch. As soon as this line passes through your location, the severe and tornado threat is over. And the only active tornado warnings right now are these down in the Louisville area. Again, we're watching this cell in particular as it's lifting into portions of northern Kentucky. We might see this warning extended, and that would be for areas potentially around like Carrollton, Kentucky. Go down there again real quick. Like Carrollton, VV, Sanders. Kind of watching. You're not in a tornado warning at the moment, but it's it's just off to your south. We're going to see if that holds together.
And just to rehash one more time, if anyone else is new and hasn't heard it, the cold front is out to the west, so the rear entrance region of the jet stream is still pumping in more moist air. That's why storms continue to strengthen on the back end of this line. You don't see that very often, but the storms have outrun the cold front, and the air is very warm and very moist behind it, so you're still feeding in moisture behind the storms, so you're seeing strengthening on the back side of this line, not that you usually see in this part of the country very often.
Dayton, these are on your doorstep here. Here's the intense winds. You can see it on the velocity data here, that little line. And the strong winds right behind it. So Dayton just got a few more minutes here, and you'll be seeing some strong wind gusts. Same for Kettering. Cincinnati. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Moving to the east. Hamilton, Fairfield, Middletown, Oxford, Cincinnati, Loveland, Mason. All in the path of this. Did we just get another one issued there too? Another warning within a warning for Hamilton, Southwest Hamilton?
Let's find out.
Is that new?
Yep, it looks like it's. Yes, 12/16. Severe thunderstorm warning.
Destructive tag on that, Josh.
Yeah, it's a destructive 80-mile-an-hour winds with that.
Guys, a destructive. See this right here. Sorry, go ahead, Josh.
No, you're good. But yes, severe thunderstorm warning now for Ohio County, Dearborn County, Switzerland County, in southeast Indiana, central Carroll, central Kenton, Boone, Gallatin, in northern Kentucky, in western Hamilton County, in southwestern Ohio, till 1 o'clock. At 12/16, severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles north of Vevey, moving northeast at 70. This is a destructive storm for these areas. Hazardous are 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So, as Trevor's been mentioning over the last hour or so, the defined tornado threat might be decreasing somewhat, but the extreme wind, straight line wind potential has, pulsed back up, it looks, in the back line of these storms. Like I mentioned just a couple moments ago, the back line of these storms, the rear entrance region of the jet is still pumping in very warm, humid, moist air. So that wind is coming right up through these storms. As it gets lifted in the backside, it gets pushed in the front side, and you're setting up a extremely high wind event in this line of thunderstorms.
That's the first destructive tagged warning I've seen here in a while. And I should say in Cincinnati and the tri-state in general. There's your really intense winds right there, guys. So on the how hard is it raining mode, leading edge of the intense winds are right there. And the which way and how strong are the winds blowing mode, right here. Very intense winds coming into southeast Indiana right now. Batesville, you're through the worst of it. Versailles, You're also through the worst of it. Lawrenceburg, Lawrenceburg, Aurora, Harrison. It is on your doorstep, guys. This is for 80 miles per hour type wind gusts. So I'm sure Josh would agree with me here. With winds that strong, you want to treat this as a tornado warning, and probably go to the basement would be a good idea.
Cannot disagree there, especially at night. Can't see. Better safe than sorry.
Absolutely. We're still watching this supercell creeping along down here. Keeping a close eye on that. I'm
And
wondering if they're going to beef up the tags on these other warnings.
That's possible. If
yeah.
you, in reflectivity mode, if you draw a line from just to the southwest of Richmond all the way down to near Madison, notice the line has several kinks. And again, we've said this a few times tonight. It's in those kinks you might be able to get a quick tornado without having a warning. So, as Trevor just said, treat this as a heightened risk of a possible quick tornado that will not be seen by radar or be warned with this line. So, heed the warning, use a little extra precaution because this line has a few kinks in it, and that could drop a tornado briefly at any moment.
Yeah. And we saw that Sunday night, and we might just be seeing that again here tonight as this moves through. And here's the storm relative velocity, and you could see these little areas of maybe weak rotation showing up. There might be an area, Josh, near Dillsboro. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
We need to watch this closely. In the vicinity of Dillsboro, we need to watch that closely. There's no tornado warning, but that looks like that might be a couplet trying to get its act together there.
I know you mentioned lightning, but lightning, again, I'll stress the lightning. The lightning has upticked. When you see an uptick in lightning, that's usually a sign of a strengthening thunderstorm as well.
Absolutely. I'm going to send out a message here to make sure I've got some family members watching. Yeah, we got to watch that area right there. Yeah, Josh, they might. Yeah, it's right here. Dillsboro, headed towards Wilmington, Indiana, Lawrenceburg, Greendale, eventually Cleves and Addiston. Watching this area of rotation right here. Wilmington, Indiana, Lawrenceburg, Greendale. Not under a tornado warning right now, but this is a very suspicious looking signature. So we might be seeing a tightening up there of some rotation. And it's a weaker tornadoes that we're focusing on right now, but it's splitting hairs at this point because if not, you're looking at 70 to 80 mile per hour straight line winds. So much of the same effects. Again, a wall of wind and water is rapidly moving towards the Cincinnati area. It's right about to, here's the Ohio-Indiana line right here. Here's the Ohio-Indiana line. And there's the Kentucky-Indiana. So here it is, right over the border, headed into Hamilton County, headed into Boone County, headed into Butler County. Yeah, and Josh, up and down this line, we're just seeing, just like the other night, just little areas of rotation. Northern Kentucky into southeast Indiana into southwest Ohio. Any one of these at any moment could tighten up and drop a tornado. That's why these warnings have a tornado possible tag on them, even though they're not tornado warnings. That's why these severe thunderstorm warnings have tornado possible tags, because the Weather Service, seen this time and time again, like we have, and they will cycle up very quickly and then dissipate. So sometimes it's too quick to even get a tornado warning out. So these are enhanced severe thunderstorm warnings. 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts with these. And just I mentioned this earlier, this is all controlled from my location in Silverton. So if we happen to lose power at this location, we will lose the stream. Just heads up. I'm about right in here. So hopefully not, but something to be mindful of if we suddenly disappear. Now the damaging winds are now entering western Butler County, western Hamilton County, western Boone County, rapidly moving to the east. Again, highway speeds between 60 and 70 miles per hour. Is the movement, wind gusts also 70 to 80 miles per hour.
They've issued that tornado warning to the east side of Louisville now.
Okay.
So still holding on to one tornado warning in that region.
That would be this storm he's talking about. South side Louisville. There's the storm. Here's your tornado signature. And basically, right here, over top of Jeffersontown, moving to the northeast towards Eminence. Again, guys, if you're in Butler, Hamilton, Boone, Kent, and Campbell counties, this is rapidly moving through these areas. Probably seeing lots of moderate to heavy rain right now ahead of this. Then mixed in there is going to be this blast of wind, 70 to as high as 80 miles per hour. Probably a good idea to go to the basement, I would say. Would be some sound advice. 80-mile-per-hour winds are no joke.
We know, again, this is base velocity, so it's a little bit above the ground, but just north of Okeana, 85-mile-an-hour winds being picked up by the base velocity on Wilmington's radar. So, again, take 15% off. That still winds over 70 miles per hour.
Yep. And you're not in a warning yet over on the east side, but it's just a matter of time. So, if you want to go on ahead, move to a safer spot, Warren County, Claremont County, Campbell County, would maybe not be a bad idea to just get a head start.
Wow. Where was that at? "96-mile-an-hour winds off of base velocity around Crittenden." Again, a little bit above the ground, but again, take 10, 15, 20% off. You're still looking at winds in the low to mid 70 range, potentially.
Said near Crittenden?
Yeah.
That's through using Wilmington?
Yeah, that's Wilmington's radar scan.
So he's picking up some very strong winds in the vicinity of Crittenden, Dry Ridge, Crittenden, Independence, Florence. You'll all be kind of associated with that.
I switched over to terminal Doppler, Trevor. 71 near Patriot. And so that's much closer with the tower just being a handful of miles away. You're probably pretty close to the ground with winds of 70. So that confirms that 70-ish mile-an-hour potential on the ground in those areas.
What did you say was showing your Patriot?
71 off of the terminal Doppler in Cincinnati.
Okay. Daniel, yes it is, but that'll be changing very shortly. Starting to hear some thunder rumbling in the distance here, again in Silverton. So again, the studio here is located right about here. We're going to be seeing this activity here shortly. Assuming we have a full ground stop at the airport at the moment. should be seeing a warning coming out anytime for Kenton County, or Campbell, rather, and also Claremont and the rest of Warren County, I would imagine, shortly. As Josh noted, lightning activity still very high through here. It was waning a bit when it was back in Indiana, but it's starting to really pick up again. So that's usually a very good indicator of a strengthening storm. Daniel, seeing greenish skies when the lightning hits. Pretty typical for a severe thunderstorm. Downtown, you just got a few more minutes on this and you'll be in the most severe part.
Little weather lesson for Daniel. The reason that the sky appears green is the reflection of the lightning with the water droplets and potential ice crystals in the clouds. So you see lightning, it scatters the color array, and you see a greenish sky.
There you go.
The folklore, when you see the sky going green, that's there is truth to it, but it's also just that doesn't indicate a tornado. You always hear the famous Twister line, "Going green," and they say, "Saddle up, let's go." That doesn't indicate a tornado, just so everyone's aware. It doesn't indicate a tornado. That's a good sign that there's a lot of cold imbalance around, but you can get green lightning without a tornado. It's just because of the refraction of the water droplets through the lightning scattered, making it a greenish tint.
There you go. This is so nice. The team coverage is so nice. I felt so just felt lonely the other night. This is so much better. Severe winds moving through Hamilton County now. Again, if you're on the east side of the county, either Butler, Hamilton, Kenton, and Campbell counties, you're not in it yet, but it's just moments away. We'll go ahead and just call it 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts possible. Average that out, you get 70 miles per hour. Dayton Metro is no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. You're actually between two of them right now. But that may change again. As Josh pointed out, the backside of these have been strengthening. So there's a strong line near Eaton. So that may, a warning, either two things happen. The warning they canceled or expired north of Dayton, or they're reissuing one. I have a feeling they're reissuing. Would you agree, Josh, for this one?
Yeah, I believe there are still some severe parameters in that storm, so they might be reassessing for a moment, or they might be trying to reorganize because some of these areas had 3 severe thunderstorm warnings within each other at the same time. So,
Yes, they have.
and not to rain on people's parade, pun not intended, new models coming out still indicating the potential of 7 inches of rain in Cincinnati by Sunday afternoon.
And kind of as we were talking about on the stream earlier, when a model in this kind of setup, when a model says 7 inches of rain, there's a pretty good chance it's somewhere nearby that location. Might see even a couple inches more than that. Just that's the nature of thunderstorms, and especially training thunderstorms, which we're going to see at points through the next several days. So that's why our ongoing forecast for the Tri-Cities, Cincy, Dayton, Columbus is basically 4 to 8 inches. Again, the 4 or 5 might be too low, but we'll just call it 4 to 8 inches for Cincy, Dayton, Columbus, with localized areas up to 10 to 12 inches. Not out of the question. Very, very unusual flooding, rainfall amounts.
Yeah, parts of, not to bring up Mayfield, Kentucky, we all remember December 9th, 2021. I believe that's right. Is that the right year for the Mayfield
Yes.
tornado? Yeah.
Mhm.
13 inches of rain possible in that area over the next 4 days. So, and the models will fluctuate a little bit. So, as Trevor said, don't pay attention to the numbers in a exact location, but nearby expect potential catastrophic flooding in
Yes.
the areas. And I know Mayfield has rebuilt some, but Mayfield is a struggling town, and if they get 12 or 13 inches of rain, that will seriously damage the town again. That was so greatly affected just 3.5 years ago. So let's hope that doesn't work out.
Josh, on reflectivity, it's near Norwood. I don't know, it's just seeing like a little bit of a kind of a hook feature developing there. I don't know if there's really much to that, but just kind of caught my eye there. Velocity doesn't show a ton of rotation, so that might just be like a cell merger or something.
Right now, you had too broad to know for sure. But like I said, the southern jet stream is just pumping in. I don't say southern jet stream, but the Gulf of America is wide open, pumping moisture into these storms. So storms continue to develop within one another. So
yes, like we were looking at that moisture transport map earlier, and like the bright red's just funneling up into the Ohio Valley. Yeah, very strong moisture feed, as you said.
And no warnings on the north side, so downtick potentially, or reorganizing thoughts. Not sure yet. Some of these still look pretty intense in that area, so stay alert still, even though right now we can say no warnings for the Dayton area northward at this moment.
My friend Kelly is loving the Twister references. Also, Mount Healthy getting hit pretty hard right now. Again, very heavy rainfall rates with this. The good news with this, though, is that it's in and out. So I'm not seeing much in the way of flooding with this. That comes later. The next, few days, going to be pretty wet. The northern part of the line here, as Josh said, up through Dayton, no active warnings The closest warning is north of Bellefontaine, off the radar screen here. All of the warnings in this area have been either allowed to expire or have been canceled. So that would include areas like Springfield, Fairborn, Dayton, Piqua, Sydney, Greenville. Currently no warnings. That could change, but like Josh said, maybe a downtrend in intensity up that way. Still, like he said, like there's a couple of these storms that are pretty gnarly still. Lots of lightning, pretty dark cores there. The 80-mile destructive tag warning has been down to, or has been, decreased slightly to 70 mile per hour. We may be seeing warnings issued here shortly for Campbell County, Claremont County, and the rest of Warren. We'll see how that progresses. Tornado warning passing south of LaGrange. Again, this is moving in the direction of some of our southern areas. What's good though is that there's been a lot of rainfall up through here already, just steady rains. So I would say that's helping to maybe cause these storms to weaken a bit and also decrease the tornado risk some. Chris, watching from Canton. Temp has gone up 12 degrees since 6 p.m. Yeah, it's been that warm front's been pretty crazy today. It's really, Josh had a 30 plus temperature degree increase earlier. Wild. I'm gonna go pop my head outside here, Josh, and see what this is looking like out at my location.
All right. And we got the warning now. As Trevor was mentioning, the severe thunderstorm warning has been pushed eastward. We now have the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Kenton, western Bracken, Campbell, Grant, Owen, Pendleton, and Gallatin in Kentucky, northeastern Butler, Clermont, western Fayette, eastern Hamilton, northern Brown, Clinton, Warren, Greene, western Highland, southeastern Montgomery County until 1:30 a.m. At 12:47, the severe thunderstorm was located over Marymount, moving east at 75 miles per hour. Wind gusts to 60 and penny-sized hail possible. So, as Trevor's mentioning, that warning has been extended eastward into the eastern side of Metro Cincinnati and the southeast side of metropolitan Dayton.
It is blasting here right now in Silverton. So just heads up if we lose power. Just got to hit. Hold on, hold on.
Now I went ahead and they did issue that broad brushed warning east of you as you were mentioning. So they went ahead and issued that. I read it off the info to those who are watching.
Okay, we've had a couple flickers here, but we're easy. I don't have an anemometer. I would say we're definitely 70 plus out there, though. The roaring, howling wind from what I was witnessing just a couple of moments ago. Probably going to see the Duke map light up here so shortly, if already. Probably lots of outages back here. Heavy thunderstorm, Loveland, Mason, Montgomery, Norwood, Metro Cincinnati. Still seeing some light flickers here. Maggie's not a fan.
Yeah, as of right now, they say 18,000 people in Ohio without power, a heavy pocket in Mercer County, a moderate pocket in Allglaze County.
I bet that'll probably take a spike since it's coming through Metro Cincy now.
Right.
Starting to calm down here. The noise outside is decreasing.
And Louisville extends the warning to the east side of Louisville. Tornado warning for northeast Shelby, southeastern Henry, northwestern Franklin, all in central Kentucky till 1:30 a.m. It is a radar indicated tornado near Newcastle, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour.
And the Owenton, which is one of our counties, so that could be up next here, guys. Bethlehem, Eminence, Cropper. And then up next would be, if it continues, if Wilmington continues this tornado warning, it'd be for Owen County.
Nearly 200,000 people out of power in Indiana.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, honestly, more people aren't without power in Indianapolis.
Right.
In that tornado warning that you were indicated near Evansville, 31% of Posey County, which is the county just west of Evansville, 30% of the county does not have power. Now, it's not a heavy populated county, but a third of the county does not have power in Posey County. Thunder now being reported in Franklin County, Ohio. That's my
right on.
So moving into central Ohio now.
Okay, Cincinnati, things are calming down now. So, Indiana, Josh, we're good with going on, giving the all clear?
I would say we can do that, yes.
Okay, if you're listening in any of our Indiana counties, all clear. Severe threat has ended. We'll be able to adjust that eastward here shortly.
Looking at radar from Indianapolis, it does look like it's more of a strat rain now. The eastern third of Indiana, no appreciable convective looking nature. So yeah, more never say 100% in weather, but pretty close
Right.
to say Indianapolis is or Indiana now is clear of severe weather at this time.
Daniel, we got trees down my street and a transformer said boom. That's fun. Chris, did you see Chris's comment?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
No, that's Kelly says audiobook voice. That is not the first time I've heard people say that. You can make millions just reading books. Then we could chase storms whenever we wanted, right?
Exactly.
Let's do it. Chris, yesterday Carmel, Indiana was rated the best city to live in Indiana. Today a tornado hits, and that's an upper class city. Yikes. Jessica Watson, Maggie deserves extra treats tonight. 100%. That will be happening. Extra treats, extra snuggles, for sure. For sure.
And going back up with Chris, yes, Chris, I have been told I have a good late night voice to put people to sleep. So you're not the first one that said that.
Or like a good like a radio station voice, man. It's great.
Right. I read the news and sound very melodramatic.
I like it. We need more of that. Tuning in from north of Akron, wondering if I can sleep without shelter. There are severe thunderstorm warnings up that way.
West side of Cleveland.
Hmm.
I was like, yes, west side of Cleveland down into
Yep.
Marion has some severe threat. So not all clear yet for Summit, Stark, Medina counties. Not yet. And tornado warning has been issued. We have a rev up. National Weather Service in Wilmington has issued a tornado warning for north central Warren and central Greene counties, along with southeastern Montgomery County, until 1:15 at 1:01 a.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bellbrook, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Radar indicated tornado. So once again, pulsing up, pulsing down. Now another pulse up in that part of southeast metro Dayton.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and circle the area of concern. Here's your tornado rotation. Just on the southeast side of Centerville. Moving to the northeast, Washington Mills. Spring Valley will be coming close to you as well. And then Xenia. Xenia is in the path of this possible tornado. Getting a new radar scan now. Yeah. Bellbrook, you need to be in your tornado emergency spot right now, your tornado safe spot. Washington Mills, you as well. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions up in Xenia. It's just a few minutes away. Bellbrook, it'll be there in just moments. A few minutes in Washington Mills, 10, 15 minutes up in Xenia. Sirens in Lebanon.
Wilmington
There
has
shouldn't be.
So this is the new warning out for the north of the tornadic cell. So the severe thunderstorm warning continues to be extended eastward for northern Greene, Clark, eastern Montgomery, southwestern Madison, and southeastern Miami County until 1:45. Damaging winds to 60 miles per hour possible as they move east at 60 miles per hour. That storm was located near Kettering.
Tornadic circulation is passing looks like that is Wilmington Pike, and it's on the edge of White's Corner. Just got an update. Looks like the tornadic signature is in the vicinity of Bellbrook. That'd be West Franklin Street. Has an area of rotation. If any of these roads sound familiar, Marcia Drive, Kim Court, Dane Lane, Firebird Drive. Again, that's Rosecrest Drive, West Franklin Street, Sheffield Street, Callaway Court, Vemco Drive. All of these areas are in the area of rotation. The area of rotation right now is probably over Beechwood Drive. And these are all suburbs of Bellbrook. Lots of houses over here, guys. So let's hope nothing's on the ground right now. But if it is, there's your tornadic signature right there. About to move into Bellbrook. This is biased towards the northern side of the warning. Here in Spring Valley, you do not appear to be in immediate tornado danger. Newest radar scan in, we might have seen the rotation decrease. It's more of almost a shear line now. But we still call it in the vicinity of Bellbrook. Chris is reporting a thunderstorm watch east side of Ohio until 7. Can you confirm that there, Josh?
Yes, that is correct.
Hey, I'm going to pull that up.
That was forgot who it was, the one who asked for Adams County. We thought, yeah, at least a severe thunderstorm watch. So that has been effectively accurate. So the east side of Ohio into West Virginia for a severe thunderstorm watch.
Here's your severe thunderstorm watch. This is out till 7 a.m. That's for eastern Ohio. Down in the far northeastern.
Another tornado warning. Trevor, sorry to interrupt you.
You're good.
Just issued now for Southeastern Warren and northwestern Clinton counties until 1:30 at 1:07. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Morrow, moving northeast at 60. Another radar indicated tornado. So as of now, another cycling up of these storms.
Just got another update on that. Rotation's a bit broad. Let me get my radar back up.
Yes, it is quite broad. That is correct.
It was tight there right as I was circling it initially, and then it new update came in and it tightened up a little bit. There's your tornadic circulation. Senior Rochester looks like it's to the east of Morrow right now, on the east side of Morrow. Get some streets. Middleborough Road, Mason Morrow, Millgrove Road, State Route 22-3, Brant Road, South Nixon Camp Road, are all some areas potentially seeing a tornadic circulation overhead. I think we might have another one of those little bookend vortexes right there. Josh, possibly, right over Morrow. Up to the northern storm. It's still there, but it's not, again, it's elongated, but there's a little bit of a tightness right there. Moving into Xenia. So probably a low ring in the clouds, maybe some rotation, but probably not a tornado on the ground. Yeah, I think that's probably just a wind issue now coming into Xenia. Still stay in your tornado safe spots, but I do believe that that's probably not an active tornado at the moment. Again, these have been cycling though, so that's not to say that that won't change. Looks like Josh, Wilmington, Louisville still issuing a tornado warning on that southern storm. Wilmington's not agreeing. It doesn't appear to be.
Right.
So the southern Owen County, they left out of that. That's how kind of that works. So this warning looks kind of weird because it's between two offices. Owen County is Wilmington, and then further south is Louisville. So Wilmington, does not agree that this is a tornadic situation here. Hence why it has that awkward shape. Line continues to rapidly move east. Still capable of producing 60, 70, maybe a bit higher. Moving east-northeast, Washington Courthouse, you'll be up next. You're traveling up I-71. If you're traveling south on I-71 from Columbus, be aware that you will be driving into a very nasty line of thunderstorms. That tornado warning has been allowed to expire for Xenia. That goes along with what we were seeing here of a decrease in rotation. That is now no longer in effect. The only tornado warning we have at the moment in the coverage area would be for Warren into Clinton County. This is south of Harveysburg. Does look like it includes Wilmington. Clarksville, Ogden, Little Corner, Oakland, and then Wilmington itself. Here's the radar tower right here, where the dead spot is. The cone of silence. Hear sirens in Lebanon, you are all right. That should not be happening. Unfortunately, what happens is those are turned on by either law enforcement or public works. And they'll not necessarily always follow protocol on when to turn them on. But there was never a tornado warning for Lebanon, so there should not be sirens sounding in Lebanon. That just does no good. It's only harmful because it adds more false alarms. Chris, get some card magnets, and I'll buy one. Done. I'm working actually with a merchandiser that I've been experimenting with that I think I'm going to go with, so that is absolutely going to happen. We'll make that happen there, good sir. Another severe thunderstorm warning was issued in advance of the line.
Yep. Still with a considerable tag.
Yep. Here's the new
Western
warning.
half of Columbus now.
Yep. Here's your tornadic, or your severe thunderstorm warning. Let's check on our rotation. There's still some messy rotation here just to the north of Clarksville. I don't see, it's doing the thing again where the velocity is acting up. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. Getting these like chunks, the feedback issue, as Josh pointed out.
Way too often tonight.
You said what?
Way too often tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Unfortunately.
Messy rotation here in the vicinity of Clarksville, headed towards Ogden.
There might be a little tightening in south central Greene County, south of Xenia. Again, might just be a quick blurb, but maybe a slight tightening in south central Greene County, just east of Spring Valley, near US 68.
Springtown? Wait, where is it at?
Just Spring Valley, south central Greene County, near Middleton Corner.
Hi, Maggie.
Cleveland went with a broad-brushed special weather statement. So
Got a
nothing.
tornado warning in northern Kentucky.
There we go.
That's
So
Central Grant and Central Pendleton.
Yep.
Here's your tornadic signature. It's just outside of the Needmore area. Williamstown, Goforth, Falmouth, even Dry Ridge, all in the path of this possible tornado. It's radar indicated. There's I-75 that goes from Dry Ridge through Williamstown. The rotation will be crossing I-75 shortly. Here's kind of the area of concern right through there. So if
That
you're in,
brings up the mythical question, that corner of the county. No, but now they issue a new one for the following two counties. Little
Right.
concern there.
right. Yeah, I'm gonna email Omega tomorrow and see if we can get some answers on what's going on with the radar.
And Louisville extended the warning now for northern Scott and Harrison County to immediate south of the new warning for Grant and Pendleton.
Yep.
So now they're on agreement. So that's good to see that they agree now with each other's thinking.
Yep. I think the tornadoes concern up in Warren and Clinton counties dissipating. I don't really see much of an issue at the moment up that way. Tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire. Brings us down to Grant and Pendleton. And that's for this area of rotation to the southwest of Williamstown. Moving to the northeast, Williamstown, Goforth, Falmouth. Again, it is crossing 75 right now. Another tornado warning. Observed tornado there, Josh. South of Wilmington.
Yep.
Radar confirmed tornado.
Yep, tornado near Lynchburg, moving northeast at 60, a damaging tornado. Radar confirmed.
Yep. Yep. All right, see
And-
this? I got the correlation coefficient up. See that right there? We had a debris signature
Yeah.
just north of Dodsonville. See the debris right there? We have a tornado on the ground to the north of Dodsonville. On the north side of Dodsonville has picked up debris. And that is what the radar is picking up there. It may have already lifted. as of last scan, here is the tornado. It may have lifted, but Lynchburg, you need to be in your basement right now.
Again, I'll stress it again ad nauseum tonight.
What's that?
I said I'll stress again ad nauseum tonight. Everything looks normal, and then in between scans, you can get a quick tightening and a quick drop and not even know it. And then the next time you get the scan, it's lifted again. So that
Yeah,
could
because I'm looking at this right now, and it does not appear that we have a tornado on the ground at the moment. It does appear to have loosened up. Yeah, I don't see it, Josh.
I do not either, but you can see you definitely can see the rotation still aloft, but probably not on the ground.
But having said that, it could drop again at any second. So if you're in this tornado warning, obviously remain in shelter.
And again, we have a weakly bounded echo region where the winds meet at different directions in an area of 0 winds being reported. As the reds and greens meet, there's an area of no wind, so that is likely where it is rotating at the moment.
Right. Still definitely that strong wind signature down through Brown County, Highland County. Moving rapidly to the east. But here's your potential tornadic signature. Yes, Chris, please send that our way. Thank you. Tornado down south does not appear to be on the ground at this time. Still remain in your safe spots there if you're in like Falmouth up to Butler. See, definitely still see the rotation was, Josh said, probably aloft to the south of New Vienna. Thank you, Chris. Oh, wow. Got a picture to share here. This is in Erlanger. This is from Tanya O'Rourke at WCPO. This is a tree down on a house. essentially split the house in half. My goodness. Look at that, Josh. This is in Erlanger, Kentucky. From Tanya O'Rourke at WCPO. That's a pretty ugly situation there. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Chris. Hopefully,
Right.
nobody was there on that one. Jeez.
Yeah, it's pretty ugly scene.
Issued the warning further east now. This includes the rest of Brown and Adams County. It also includes the Maysville area. This has been dropped down to a 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. That is this one right here we're talking about. But also keep in mind that right behind that there are tornado warnings shifting in that direction. So pay very close attention to that. All good there, Chris. I appreciate you sharing that with us. According to Eric, crews are working to rescue somebody that was in that house. A few areas of circulation down here in southern Claremont, southern Brown County that we need to watch. And then these down here, we continue to watch active tornado warnings. Again, it's spread out a little bit more now. It's not a super concentrated area of rotation. No longer observed on that tornado we were watching earlier. When we suspected it lifted, looks like it did indeed lift. Even so, if you're in Leesburg, New Vienna, there is still some rotation aloft. Josh, I think we could probably give the all clear for Montgomery and Hamilton County.
That would.
So if you're in
Right. Yeah, I would say yes. You can.
Dayton, Middletown, Oxford, Hamilton, Cincinnati, Metro, you are in the clear for severe and tornadic activity. All that remains is thundery rains. But basically, Hamilton County points north, Hamilton County points west. You can go on ahead and head to bed.
Thunder and lightning picking up in my neck of the woods now.
Hey, Josh, Grove City.
Report. But yes, it's coming from Grove City. I'm due west of Grove City, so yes. Or due east of Grove City, excuse me.
All good.
Grove City was hit hard by the storms on Sunday as well.
Yes. Wonder if they're going to let these ones down here expire. We're up to 45,000 without power around Cincinnati. Thank you, Chris. Chris has known me and Josh for many, many, many years. Middle
And a new
2000s.
tornado warning.
Okay. Washington Courthouse.
Yep. Central Fayette, northeastern Clinton, west central Pickaway, until 2 a.m. At 1:32 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Sabina, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour.
Here's your tornado circulation. To the southeast of Sabina, and movement to the north and east. Some roads in there would be Snow Hill Road, Miami Trace Road, TWT 48, new radar scan. Rotation is now just to the south of Glendon and Jasper Mills. Here's your rotation, headed in the vicinity of Washington Courthouse. So if you're in Washington Courthouse, go ahead and make sure you're in your basement or lowest level of your house. All clear can be given for Louisville. Essentially, if you're west of this line, all clear. East of this line, you still got a little ways to go, but we'll get you there. Two clusters of supercells embedded within this squall line. Wilmington does not have a tornado warning. It is to the southeast of Wilmington. Here's your tornado warning. Get Wilmington up here. You have a tornado warning to your southeast and to your east-northeast, but Wilmington, not under a tornado warning.
Louisville continues to issue the tornado warning on the southern edge of the line. So it's now just west of Lexington and north of Lexington.
Chillicothe, no weather radio has gone down, according to Chris. Good timing. Severe thunderstorm warning for Springfield has been allowed to expire. Tornado warning for Highland County has been allowed to expire.
New tornado warning for Bracken and southeastern Pendleton County until 2 a.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes located near Falmouth, moving east at 75 miles per hour.
Racing.
Broad, again broad, but
Yeah.
it's in that kink again. So right at that kink, maybe you can muster up a little spin in one or two scans to warrant a warning.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, it's like you said, pretty broad there. Looks like they're not issuing any more warnings on this northern side here for like Delaware, Dublin. Heavy thunderstorms, gusty winds, small hail, lots of lightning, but severe appears to be 70 south, at least for the time being. Any idea how long for the all clear in Lynchburg? I'm drawing a blank. What county is that again? Josh?
I believe that is
I just
Warren
saw it.
County. Is it Highland County or no? It's yeah, I think it's Highland County, if I remember right. Like Northwest Highland County, I believe. So not
Yeah,
quite
yeah.
right on the line. Maybe another 10
Still
to
got,
15.
yeah. Yeah, this will it'd probably help if I got out of the way. Lynchburg, you still have this area to go. But yeah, what were you going to say about 10, 15 minutes, Josh?
Yeah, about that long.
Cool.
Maybe sooner, but safe. Make sure it's another 5-10 miles east. Then everything should be good on that regard.
Columbus under a warning now. Severe thunderstorm.
Yep. Severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin, western Fairfield, eastern Fayette, Pickaway, southeastern Delaware, western Licking, eastern Highland, eastern Madison, and Ross counties until 2:30 in the morning. At 1:40, the severe thunderstorm was located over Mount Sterling, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour.
Chris is reporting the woman from the house that got split is now good. 46,000 now without power. The cell in Bracken County. Again, it's a elongated rotation, but there potentially be a spin up tornado mixed in there. This one up by just to the west or east of Washington Courthouse near Johnson. There is a rotational signature there headed towards West Holland. Go ahead and give the all clear. I'm going to mark a line where the all clear could be given. If you are west and north of this line, the all clear can be given. You can go to bed. That includes Dayton, Cincinnati, Louisville, Hamilton, Springfield, and points west and north from there. Chris says 3 people were in the house, 1 needed rescued. It's probably caught under some debris. Maysville, tornado warning to your west. At the very least, you'll be seeing some strong straight line winds between 60 and 70 miles per hour. Columbus seeing heavy thunderstorms right now, thundery rains, strong winds, probably some small hail. This is moving through the Columbus area, into the Columbus area now. Is that right, Chris? I'm going to give the cat here some food. She deserves an extra snack tonight. Got another view of the house from Chris. This is again in Erlanger. Another view of the massive tree fell on top of this house. It's like this. This is the side angle. It's split down the middle. You can see this is a large tree. You see the branches going all the way up there. Split it down the middle. This is the side of the house. Total destruction. Total loss. That house will have to be demoed, no doubt. Thank you, Chris. Small tornado warning here. Just continues to the northeast of Washington Courthouse in the vicinity of Circleville. See if they extend that one, and then we have the other one down here to the west of Maysville.
Yeah, still broad inflow notches. Nothing really sharp, but
Broad circulation south of Augusta. We'll see shortly if they continue that one. One up here, the west of Circleville. Very broad. So there's Circleville, very broad rotation. This one's probably going to be allowed to expire. Rascal Boots, thanks for tuning in. Chris, the tree may have fallen, a house destroyed, but 3 people get to see another day. I call that a win. Amen, brother. New tornado warning has been issued for northwestern Mason, southern Brown, and northwestern Adams. And that's for these
new
just
tornado
embedded little circulations.
Yep, the south edge of the tornado for the northern area has now been allowed to be issued for south central Pickaway and northwestern Ross until 2:15. So that broad circulation continues to hold on.
Well, tornado is to the distance outside of Frankfort.
New tornado warning. Did you just mention that, Trevor? But new tornado warning: northwestern Mason, southern Brown, northwestern Adams until 2:15.
Yep.
At 1:51, severe thunderstorm was located over Georgetown, moving east at 75 miles per hour. Any Mansfield people that we have, they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning for their area until 2:30. Or 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So if you have any northern Columbus metropolitan or northern DMA Columbus people, there's a warning out for your area.
Yeah, it's weak, but just enough. Greenland and Frankfurt area.
Right.
So Josh, I got Skyline and La Rosas. What's the call tonight? A little bit of both.
Well, you didn't lose power, so you can heat up Skyline.
There you go.
And you like cold pizza, so that'll be a nice snack tomorrow.
Yes, it will. Broad rotation, and it's a few different areas of it there in Adams County, or Brown and Adams County.
Right.
Chris said heartburn. Yep. Oh, I've got Tums.
That makes it all worth it.
Weak rotation near Greenland. Maggie. Maggie, come here. Crazy cat.
Good news is that severe threat tomorrow should be minimal at best for most areas.
Yeah, I can pull that up actually.
Yeah. I guess I should say today, now that it is now Thursday morning.
Sure. Here's the severe weather outlook for tomorrow. The marginal risk runs from basically just along and south of the Ohio River. That's your 1 out of 5. Your 2 out of 5 would be for like Louisville, Lexington, and points south. So you're north of the river. It does not look like we have much in the way of a severe threat tomorrow. We go through the models actually while we're all here. Those are our storms tonight. This will be tomorrow. Much of the day tomorrow, if you're north of the river, will probably be mostly quiet. It isn't till tomorrow night that we see our next. This will be tomorrow night, our next round of heavy rain and thunderstorms. Different stages of an avocado. see what the models are showing for rain the next. So this will be through Sunday. Rain still to come, 4 to 6 inches plus on both the GFS and the European model. Thundery rains continue for Columbus. Gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Tornado warning remains in effect southwest of Circleville near Greenland. And a tornado warning remains in effect to the east of Georgetown in Brown County. It includes Winchester and West Union in Adams County. Couple areas of rotation. Maybe it could be argued the stronger one is right now on top of the Ohio River in southern Brown County. Now moved into southeastern Brown County. It's like more of a wind signal up through here. Tornado warning for areas south of Circleville have been allowed to expire. According to Chris, who says according to Channel 9, says according to Wilmington, that a tornado has already been occurred in Island County. Yeah, that was the one with the debris signature.
I am ground zero at the moment.
Heavy rain?
The wind line. But yes, heavy rain as well, but the main focus would be the wind line at the moment. Severe thunderstorm warning now for the eastern side of Columbus for Fairfield, Hocking, and Licking counties until 3 a.m. Still moving faster than highway speed, 75 miles per hour.
wind line has moved through the area. So now I am on the western side of the wind. So the severe threat for my local area is now just east of my area. So Columbus is probably all clear from downtown west.
Sorry, I've been talking. My microphone, I must have bumped it, turned off. I don't know how long that was off for. Josh, all tornado warnings have been expired. Would you like to go ahead and call it?
Yeah, I believe we can do that. I
All
pretty
right,
much
everybody. Sorry, go
Columbus.
ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, Columbus West is pretty much clear now.
Cool.
And like I said, I do not see tornado signatures inside the storms, but a broad rotation still possible. But the threat is low now. So
All right, so I guess we're gonna go on ahead and end our stream here, guys. Severe thunderstorms will continue to move to the east across central into eastern Kentucky, and then central into eastern Ohio. But it does appear right now that all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. So after just over 5 hours of streaming coverage, we are going to go on ahead and end our stream. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Josh?
not at this time. Thanks for all that watched, all the new sign-ups. We will continue to provide timely weather information to keep you safe and out of harm's way.
Absolutely. It was wonderful having the team together tonight. I think that made a true difference. And yeah, I echo what he said. Everybody, thanks for tuning in. We did just have a tornado warning issued east side of Columbus.
Yep, there it goes. That broad rotation again.
We can probably cover this real quick and then still end the stream, though.
Right. This is almost what happened this morning with that initial thunderstorm just east of Franklin County. Severe.
Yep.
Same thing with this one.
It's right there at the terminal.
Yep.
You can see.
Over Pickerington, which is just on the other side of Fairfield County.